Can you hear me now? I think I'm on now. Okay. No, I have the camera off for a few minutes. Scooter Mom knows why. Okay, who's all here? Diana, hi. Let's see. Let me go back. Oh, I hope your internet's going to be okay, Scooter Mom. Oh, really? Really? I'll have to look that up about the mall in Colleen. Huh. I haven't watched the news, so. Diana's here. Hello. And Miss Sunrise, hi. Okay. Awesome. Now I'm running late, so I'm going to put my makeup on for the next few minutes. I'm looking at myself and I'm wondering, could I go without? I could, but my dark circles bug me. So what happened was I set my alarm for 9 to get ready because normally I know to get ready when Tom leaves, but he had to go in early. Now, why they haven't trained me at work yet, I'm not sure. We've talked about it a couple times because this is what I'm supposed to be there for. Somebody called off. And so because he called off, Tom has to go in extra. Somebody had to stay late. And he has to go in early tomorrow too. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I know I'm only in emergency relief. Trainings, honestly, I've been in there and I know enough from Tom that it's really, I just have to learn to work their computer, which isn't a big deal. He said the biggest, and work the cameras. I have to adjust the cameras where I need them and how I can turn them to watch people. Because during the day when I'll mostly be working or in the evening, there's customers on premises. So there's a lot of people to watch. And then taking phone calls when people call for security for money drops and things like that. So I already know enough about the security aspect of it, just being around law enforcement and the Army all my life. Oh, wait, there's more on the chat. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I thought I was at the bottom. I just saw the scroll thing there. Okay, hold on. Oh, there is more chat. Blank screen, that's on purpose. Cher's here. Hi, Cher. Okay. Hitzel's here. Hello. Hello. Hubby just said there was a brawl outside mall in LA. Oh my goodness. Jeez Louise, people. 5 dead? Oh, Germany. Oh my God, you guys. We're going to have to just talk news tonight. A pickup truck was being chased by the cops, drove into the mall. Then there was a shootout. Oh gosh. Merry Christmas. Kim get a booger. Yes, that's exactly it. You know what's funny? I was driving around with my son all day yesterday, or half the day, and he was in the passenger seat, and we were just sitting in traffic, and he's looking at me, and he goes, "Mom, you have a nose hair." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "And it's really long." So what it was is he could see it because the sun outside my window. So I'm sitting there trying to pull his hair, and I get like 5. He's like, "Nope, still there." I'm like, "Holy crap!" And these poor people have to look up my nostrils when I have my glasses on. I've never had that problem before, as far as I know. But I'm definitely going to look up that Colleen thing when I get started. But yeah. Wow. That's horrible. I saw another one where somebody it was a long time ago, but somebody had purposely drove through a parade. I'm just like, here's my thing. Me and my husband have major thoughts about these mass, not even just shooters, but, when they want to go to a school or a parade or where families are, either they're depressed, they're upset, mental illness, or they have an agenda, they want to make a name. Why do they never go, like, I've never watched it, but I know Dexter, from what I understand, if I understand the show right, he's law enforcement and he's a serial killer, but he takes out bad guys, I think. is from what I understand. I never got into it. So I'm just like, you could really, because we don't want to talk about, especially the school ones. We don't want to talk about their names because we don't want them to be famous. So they don't. I couldn't tell you the name of hardly any of them because I don't care to. And I'm just like, okay, let me caveat this with, if I said that right, I don't think it's ever right, ever. But I'm like, but if somebody's gonna be so into wanting to do something like that, go take out some bad guys. I'm just like, there's so much evil in the world. Why be part of the evil if you want to make a statement? Because you're not going to be remembered. And 99% of the time they go down at the same time. So they get maybe 15 minutes of fame with that, and that's it. Of course, I can't put myself, into their mental state. So, there's probably reasons I probably wouldn't understand. But because we'll go ahead and talk about that in a little while, because I was in, I think it was post chat about the guy and the CEO incident, and I had to leave. It was later on. I always seem to come in late with Poe because I don't see the notification usually. And I just came into the chat where everybody was talking about insurance and them getting denied and stuff they've been through. I've never gone really all the way back to where this all started with me in 2008. But it really did go down to a workers' comp, Liberty Mutual. I will say their name. Some woman in Liberty Mutual, yes, that was my dog, wouldn't approve an MRI on my shoulder. So instead, they put me on heavy narcotics for 2 years. And that's where all of my problems started with the fibromyalgia. It's a very long story. I'm not going to go into it here. And my husband's, I didn't even know this at the time, because I don't even know if he told me at the time, but he got on the phone with somebody, and this woman he said he was almost in tears, trying to get an MRI for my shoulder, because until they did, they didn't know what was wrong. Well, she pretty much said in so many words that MRIs are expensive and narcotics are not. And I'm like, and the thing about it was, and I found this out later from the good doctor I found in 2012, that sometimes when you're on heavy narcotics for like that, there's sometimes this thing you call a rebound effect. He had a big medical term for it, where it makes the pain worse. Because I was on this ridiculous amount. I'll tell you in a minute how much it was. It was ridiculous. For a shoulder, which ended up being this really bad rotator cuff tear. I was crying and typing at work. I was in so much pain. So the pills and stuff and all that was not working. Anyway, well, the only reason I'm bringing this up is my husband said that he was so frustrated. My quality of life was so bad. I would come home and go straight to bed because of the pain. But he would never think to go off somebody for that. Yeah, he was angry. Yeah, it was bad, but I just couldn't imagine that. And I just see so many people, and I know there's a lot of us in here that have had a lot of physical issues. Because I remember what I did say in that chat, and I've said, now it's come out that he had pins or something in his back, if that was the right picture I saw. And you guys know this. I understand what chronic pain can do to somebody mentally. And I get it. If that had been why he did it, from so far, that's not what's come out. I don't know all the details. Let me go to the chat real quick. I'm almost done. Let's see. I'm just talking. And yes, like I told you, these dogs have been laying around all day. Okay, I'm behind on the chat. So let me go back. Wow, I missed a lot. Let me go to the more recent because I kind of changed what I was talking about. I'm still struggling every day. Oh, I need to go back. Nope, I know that. All right. You know what? Let me just finish I just got a little bit to do because I want to give you my full attention. So give me a second. But yeah. See, me and my son were talking about my husband yesterday. I just read your thing, Cher. That does something to you. You know, I'm a fairly realistic type person, but and so is my husband. So he's been shot at since 1989 and didn't have any trouble because we knew what we were getting into in the military. We knew what might happen, and I didn't worry either. I tried not to. I did, but I didn't outwardly. If he had been on missions and he was the one in danger and he was the one getting shot at and things like that, he would have probably been okay. The problem is that last tour, they put him on that gate where all the civilian civilian casualties came through. And he was the only one there for life-saving measures. And all the training he had was a quick combat medic course, like a few days. And when things happened so it happened for a year total, all the time. It wasn't like a few missions were bad. And then there was the night that the civilian market in the town was blown up and the casualties were enormous. And they all came to his gate. That's where the hospital was. And it was him, an interpreter, and a private or specialist. And he had to try to save them, decide who was going to go in the ambulance, who couldn't go, who was okay not to go, but who, he had to decide, okay, that guy's probably not going to make it, take this person. I just found out yesterday from my son. I only heard about this little girl thing very recently. And this was 2006 to 2007. He's never talked about it. Well, I guess him and my son talked about it one day. And I'm not going to go into the details, but, well, I will later. Not right now. But my son made me cry yesterday and he said, I've never seen my dad cry. I think unless when family members pass away, he said when he started to cry when he saw my son he said, what that little girl's last memory will be is of me hurting her and trying to save her. But so dealing with that, sure, in Carolina, even just not having anything physically, just seeing things like that is enough. It is hard. And hopefully, other than relatives after the fact, most people don't have to deal with that in their lifetime. So, hold on, I'm done now. I can come in. All right. There I am. Hello. Ooh, that's too bright. Somebody changed my setting. Well, that's better. All right. Sorry about that, guys. But like I said, I only saw the one comment. I want to go back and go over everybody's comments real quick. Oh, my mirror's still here. Do I look beautiful? All right. Yeah, okay. So I'm seeing it. 500 still missing. I wouldn't be able to comment on that about, it will ease up because my husband's been to a little bit of therapy. He's tried medications. Let's see, 2007 to now. So 17 is 10 years. 3 and 4, another 7. So 14. 17 years. His nightmares has not let up. Okay. Hey, Mr. Fraud. Hello. And Papa Smurf is here. I know. And it's not front page news. I know. That's what gets me about some of this stuff is oh, thank you, Scooter Mom. Okay, I'm going back, you guys, because I didn't have my glasses on. I couldn't. Okay, there's the booger remark. I don't know why I can't. I guess I have to be farther back to read it. Okay. He was in a bra in the parking lot. People done lost their minds for dang sure. Nose shaver, yes. My son said, he goes, I finally bought a nose clipper. I go, I guess I'm going to have to now too. I never had that problem before. I think my husband might have one. Oh, blood batter expert. Okay, who happens to be a serial killer. His dad trained him to only kill bad guys. Okay, we were talking about Dexter earlier, so yeah. I think I would have got into it if, like, here's my problem. If something's already 3 or 4 seasons in when I find it, I kind of feel like not going back and getting involved. I did that with Supernatural. I didn't start Supernatural the first season, but it was so great I did. So, my 5-year-old lost a front tooth, top tooth. There's a gap. It looks like she's missing too. Yep. I love that Christmas song. We all go through that. Snaggle toothpicks. I'll have to go check those out. Yes, my dogs it's like it's noon for them because they slept all day. Okay, then we got into what Cher said. Yeah. Spinal fusion, I think so too, for that guy. I'll tell you what No, Cher, I'm not going to say that war is worse because I don't want to say that any other type of pain like that is going to be less. Everybody's different. Every situation is different. Everybody deals with it different. And I don't think death is ever an easy thing for anyone. Matter of fact, I'm the kind of person that even at a funeral, I don't go up and see that person in the casket because I don't want to remember them that way. I want I want to remember them the way I always did. So I don't even do that. Yeah, they're laying on the couch now. You are not on a blanket. You're going to make my couch smell. I keep blankets on my couch. And Daisy just found the only spot. My husband's washing blankets. So then Papa Smurf, hello. Oh, hey, CO Bilf. I'm just getting caught up. I was on here, but doing something with my glasses off, so I couldn't read the chat. Oh, Gary's here? There you are. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I'm happy you're here at all. I know you're working a lot. I call it the gross factor. Yeah. I honestly, what's funny is when I was young, didn't bother me at all. I could watch all the gory movies. We just watched, it doesn't even matter. I kind of got out of it with Walking Dead, and now I'm like this. Whenever there's any gore on the screen, I don't know. I've changed. When I was young, it was okay. I knew they were fake movies. It was slasher films. But even now, we just watched Deadpool, the recent one, and half the movie I'm like this. I can't do it no more. But, okay, I see what you're saying. I didn't read it all. War is worse because you're ordered to do it. That is true. That is true. Because, The problem is you have all different kinds of people go in the military and in the army. And luckily now mental health and PTSD is being treated very differently. That first year my husband was home, we went to his unit twice begging for them to get him help, and they did nothing. Do you know how many times my husband had to sit suicide watch on somebody and they still weren't? So now it's taking way more seriously. Welcome to old age where hair grows more where it's not supposed to. Yes, I know. Just let me know. I'm the kind of person I would rather you tell me. If you see something you shouldn't be seeing, so I can get rid of it. I think my lipstick is crooked. I have to fix that. I'm Dexter. Don't blame. Oh, Antics is here. I missed you. There's Mama Squirrel. And I'm late, and there's all these people in here. Blasphemy. You didn't get into Supernatural right away. It was fairly early. No? Was it? Oh, no, I think it's pretty far in. I can't remember. Share. I was finally tested. I never got anything for it. And I don't remember what the stages are. I think I'm in the later, because he said at this point medications really aren't necessary, and he said the side effects of them were so bad that I said, you know what, I'll just deal with the hot flashes. But if you have any kind of like herbal remedy, let me know. Uh-oh. Papa and Scooter Mom are having a tiff again. Uh-oh. Do we have a love triangle going on here? Comment about Dallas. Do you remember any names? I never got a name. I haven't put the video out yet. There is no video. Because the way I was wearing my... So I thought I could... so I can bring up YouTube on this front... right. Where'd it go? I can bring YouTube up on the front. So I did. Come on. And then I thought I could go live right here because the button's there. But then when I did it, it didn't want to work. So then I took it to camera and I turned on video. So I'm wearing this like a purse. I thought, ooh, I've got the best camera there is. So I'm wearing it like this towards me. And so you pretty much only see my coat. But you can hear him, and I only got 3.5 minutes. I think I didn't plan this very well ahead of time. I never do. Whenever I go off book or do anything interesting, it's always a fail. I think the screensaver or something came on because I only got 3.5 minutes. So no, it was probably the same people. It was 3 or 4 older ladies. Were they in uniform when you were there? Because they weren't in uniform when I was there. What's Ulster Unionist? It's not hand nor foot, nor arm nor face, nor any. What is a name? Okay. We're doing poetry there? Or quotes? Before I get on camera or leave house, I have to check the length of my chin hair. Yeah. I have whiskers. I didn't have those until my 40s. Timed out on 200 plus channels. 200 plus times on 2 channels. I read that wrong. Was there anyone in the reception? Okay, so real quick, what happened there? So I don't know what you had, where you had to get. It took us forever to figure out how to get in there. The maps took us the wrong way. We go to what we think is the front door, and all we see is boxes. We go to the next door, it's locked, and finally somebody saw us and took us to a third side door. I'm like, this big beautiful building, and we have to go in a side door, dressed up in white shirts, black pants. I don't know if it was because it was cold. Now, the lady sitting at the desk looked like she could have had a black turtleneck on, but she had a pretty, like, beret or something on, and I thought a vest. The rest of them looked like they were in civilian clothes. She had a flannel shirt over. They didn't look like they were in uniforms. Electric. I don't. There for a while I was using that cream. I haven't lately. But anyway. So back to what we were talking about earlier, because let me look up those things you guys were talking about, the news. We were talking about news earlier, you guys, for some of you that came in later. Just all the silly stuff going on in the world. First, let me check that one in Colleen there, because we don't have very many friends still here. My daughter used to tell me if something was going on in town. So, yeah, Colleen. So, we have one mall in Colleen and one mall in Harker Heights. There's only one mall that they can be talking about. Colleen Mall. Let me just put Colleen Mall in news. Yep, there it is, 2 hours ago. Holy crap, you guys. And you guys heard it before I did. Kept him from harming and possibly killing any more people. Suspect shot, killed by police after driving through Colleen Mall. Y'all have to understand, the Colleen Mall is inside. So unless he was in the parking lot. Now the other mall is an outdoor mall where you drive from store to store, kind of. There's a little video here. I'm going to bring it up. I actually don't shop there as much as I used to, because a lot of the stores moved out to go to the new outdoor mall.
We begin tonight with news out of Colleen that's taking over headlines across the nation. A man was shot and killed by law enforcement just hours ago after leading a high-speed chase ending at the Colleen Mall. 3 officers who were off duty responded. One was working mall security. The other 2 just happened to be there. 6 News reporter Juliana Jackson takes us to the scene. Here in Colleen on Saturday night, a suspect drove through the doors here at JCPenney and ran over multiple people. Sergeant Brian Washko with the Department of Public Safety tells us that the suspect has been shot by a trooper, but this investigation is still ongoing, but there is not an active shooter threat.
Once he got to one of the main entrances of the JCPenney stores, the suspect drove through the glass doors. At this time, DPS troopers behind him, along with Colleen Police Department. Suspect drove through the doors and continued to travel through the JCPenney store, striking multiple people. We have 5 total patients, unknown ages, conditions. So the trooper and the Colleen police officer continued on foot after this vehicle, which was driving through the store, actively running people over. He traveled several hundred yards, and there's officers from DPS, the Colleen Police Department, and 3 other agencies that engaged in gunfire to eliminate this threat.
It's crazy what the world's coming to.
If they're on that side of the mall, so it's just like any of the older malls. This is a very old mall. It was here when we got here. It's an indoor mall, and when you drive in any of the entrances, you're at there's stores on each side, and you probably have just enough room for 2 cars to drive through. So if there's probably packed with people. So it's just like any indoor mall. It's not big and open. It's not a big open mall. It's one of those where it's got like these wings. So let me send this real quick to my husband and my daughter, because my daughter has a lot of friends in Colleen. Let me send this. Okay. To the kids, and I'm gonna send it to all 3 of them. Holy crap. Wow. So it didn't even start there. We don't have high-speed chases in this town. This is a big deal for us. I know it happens all over the place, but we're not a very big area. Like I said, that's the only mall. So I told you our town, both towns, Harker Heights and Killeen, from end to end is 15 miles. It's like 15, it's not big. So, wow. Could you guys hear that whole thing? Wow. Just, oh my gosh. Wow. Scooter Mom, I know. You know, when you stop, what's funny is how they go back. Somebody told me when I was young that when you start to shave your legs, you can't stop because they get yucky, or not yucky, coarse. But when you stop, they go back to being soft again. At least mine did. Don't shave them out. It will fall out quicker. Yeah. But yeah, I was like, if he was inside the mall, he had to go through, it's just a glass piece with, maybe four of the, like two, maybe about two double doors and then glass on each side. It's not a huge entranceway. So for a car to drive through that mall, unless they saw him coming, they're going to hit people. And then you hit an area near the food court and certain areas are different levels. You have to go upstairs or go down a ramp. Matter of fact, that's not far from JCPenney. He would have had to hit, man. I'm going to be interested to see if pictures from inside come out. I hope I don't know. I mean, I do know some people in town. This is a small town. My neighbor next door was just taken to the hospital, put on a ventilator. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, Cher. Oh. So she's probably not awake yet then. Just things going on in the world. And now, did you guys say there was a parade in Germany? Let me see if I can find that. Because, like I said, I haven't been on I was on Poe, in his chat, and then so I didn't get to tell you why I was late yet. So let me see. Parade in Germany. News. Yep, there it is. Drives into a German Christmas market in a suspected attack. 60 hurt, 2 unalived. And so this is what got me on the spiel earlier about these people that want to do mass injuries. I don't get it. But even if I did, I'm like, this is how we got starting about Dexter. I'm like, if you want, first of all, I refuse to I don't even want to know their names. I don't want to make them famous. I don't want people to remember them. Hey, Poe, or Dusty. I saw yellow. Sorry. I just saw the icon. Hi, Dusty. You both have yellow icons. Sorry about that. That why aren't they like Dexter? If you want to make a name for yourself and you know you're going to go out doing it, go take some bad guys out. Like I said, I don't want anybody to do it. I'm just saying, if you have to, why go after kids? Why go after people at a market? Oh, my nips are crooked. I put it on too fast. Oh crap, which one did I put on? This one. So I do have a crooked lip. It's up here though. I have to make sure these are straight, but I didn't make sure the bottom was straight. Not tonight, I have a headache. That's better. Had to fix that side. This stuff, by the way, girls, is amazing. I used to love, I have like 60 lipsticks from, they're old. I need to get rid of them. I just can't. I have so many. But I could do that when I was out and about and at work. Now I do stains. This sucker, I put this on in the morning, go protest. I'm gone all day, come home. If I don't take it off, if I fall asleep with my makeup on, which I hate to do, I will still have this on the next day. This stuff is amazing. And it's only around $10, depending on, it's, oh crap, L'Oreal. Can't remember the name, but it's a stain. I love the applicator. It's not round, it's flat. Yeah, I love these because I don't have to carry it with me. I know it's going to be on there. So that's all the kind of stuff I use now. Yeah, I love them. And this one's matte. I've never had a matte one before. So the ones you've been seeing me wear recently, I have this color. I had to look to see which one I put on there. That close color. The lamp. This one, it's supposed to be turned on. I usually have that on. I was in a hurry, y'all, if you were here early. That. I know. On the inside, it's gold. And I bought these. I thrifted these. And my color scheme is supposed to be black, gray, silver. And I have the silver spray paint to paint them. I just haven't got around to it yet. As you can tell, I haven't done my walls yet either. But, yeah. So that you're seeing the gold reflecting through the holes. Because it's not on. And that's why it gives off kind of a golden light, too, I think. Which is going to be weird if I paint it silver. It's going to get... I might have to paint the inside, too. Makeup only covers the beauty. Whoa. Thanks. It also covers up the dark circles. That's pretty much my biggest thing is the dark circles I get. I've had them since I was a kid because I'm very fair. But it just evens because I don't wear a lot of the eye makeup. I wear the foundation mostly. And I'm not that big into wearing. I'm not one of those people. I can't go out of the house without it. If I'm going just to the doctor or the store, I don't care. I don't really care about putting it on. Pet sitting dog. Flexalicious. Oh my goodness. That is such a name. Dark circles are beautiful. Okay. You're easy to please, Dusty. Oh, my husband was always against me wearing makeup. There for a while. Now I stay out of the sun. So being in Texas in the summertime, when I would get some color, get a little bit tan, I stopped wearing makeup altogether. I would just wear mascara and lipstick and that was it. But now I stay out of the sun. I'm going to let you guys fight amongst yourselves in there. Oh my gosh. He sounds so cute. I used to pet sit. I did it for about a year, and I didn't charge anything for it. I was just doing it you probably heard this story. Since I was at home and I wasn't able to get out much. And so I'm like, people at church or friends, it wasn't for, strangers. I didn't just put an ad in the paper. It was just, because in a military town, it's different than a civilian town. In a civilian town, you're lucky if you get a week's vacation a year or two. Well, in the Army, you can easily get 30 days. If you've been deployed for a year, you can easily, if you take 30 days and go home and leave. And so most towns, you don't have people leave for 30 days. And what are you supposed to do with your pet if you can't take them with you? And that was my thought process. So I did have one dog for 2 months. The guy's family was in the Philippines, his wife and kids. He was here, I think, in a contract job or something. I don't know. And so that dog was big, old, and very long hair. I need to plug my computer in. It's about to die. I was literally running in here throwing things. That's why nothing is the way it should be. Uh-oh. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, there it is. I have 3 different white cords. All right. There we go. Don't want to lose y'all. I was very unprepared tonight. So the reason I was late. So I normally have my husband usually leaves at 9, and I know it's time to start kind of getting things together. Well, he had to leave at 5 today. So I set my alarm for 9. Well, after I left post chat, I chat on my phone and I watch on the computer, my tablet. I usually don't watch on the computer. And this thing popped up, and I just started watching it, and they were talking about some things. It was a Christian channel, and they were just talking, and I started reading the chat, and there was somebody in the chat. And you guys know I'm a devout Christian. I don't talk about it that much on here because that's not what the activism, this anti-Scientology stuff's about. But there was a guy in the chat that we just got talking, and I was, telling him, he was into substances, and he felt, not like he should be going to church and stuff. And so I was just talking with him, and next thing I know, it's 9:39, and I'm talking to a couple other people. We're all talking to the same person or about the same thing. And I tried to invite him and them to hear if he wanted to talk, but they blocked it for some reason. It didn't come up. So I said I was going to give him my email. But there was another girl on there. I said, I got to go. I said, I was going to try to give you my channel, but they blocked it. And another girl I wasn't even talking with said, well, what's your channel? And I said, well, it's my name with SP. You can find me on YouTube. I hope she pops in because I think that show was still. And finally, I was still on there at 9:47. So I'm like, I have to go. So I was like, he sounded like he really needed some lifting up at the moment. And I told him, I said, you don't have to be perfect to go to church. You don't have to be perfect to, I was just saying, I was trying to encourage him. And somebody else was, he had thought about going to AA. Somebody else was telling him about another program if he didn't feel comfortable with AA. And I'm like, well, it sounds like that might be able to help you. You should try it out. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. I've never had any involvement with, I guess, being around the military for 30 years. You don't really deal with a lot of people with substance abuse. Alcoholics, yes, sometimes. But that's the problem with people coming in out of your life so much in the military is you don't have long-term friends usually. Even if I had wanted them, which I didn't after the last crazy one. I'm listening to y'all get on each other. All of my children are fighting. Can't we all just get along? I know what I want. Daisy's staring at me. I think she wants to go out. So I had 13 minutes to come on. I have nothing ready. I'm grabbing stuff, grabbing the computer, throwing it in here, throwing everything, running there, getting my water, my coffee, and everything. Because I have water, coffee, and my other drink. So I didn't get to let the dogs out, which I normally do before I go on. Ignores her shenanigans. Nah. I don't mind shenanigans. As long as you end up friends in the end, we're good. So anyway, I had this one girl that I did put my name in, and the mod let me do it. Because I was taking, it was a big channel, really big channel. And so they let me put it in at the last. I said, well, we just do a late night chat. If you want to show up, she might even still be in that chat over there. It's probably still going. My daughter not going to 29 Palms. I'm secretly happy, but Josh came home for 13 days. Okay. Yeah, because when you told me he was in school, me and my husband was talking about it. Normally, they don't allow spouses at school. Now, sometimes they make an exception depending on the school and how long it is. If it's super, super long, and like my school was 13 weeks, we were pretty much off at 5 o'clock. It was mostly classroom. There was a little bit of outdoor stuff, but that's just learning to run the generator. My job was Army computer, by the way. This was in the 80s. This was not a real computer. It was an Army computer. It was a box that sat on the back of a pickup. It was air conditioned because we had computer equipment in it. We had 2 computers, 2 people worked in there, and in the middle, we had a scrambler. What I was doing in a large box on a pickup truck, they now do in a radio this big. So my job doesn't even exist anymore. So the only outside stuff I had to learn was how to run the generator. So the rest of it was learning to use that computer, send messages, and that kind of thing. And all the codes and everything we had to know. And so at 5 o'clock, when classes were over, we were off unless we had some sort of duty, like guard duty or KP duty or anything like that. Actually, I don't think did we have KP duty in AIT? I had it in the basic training for sure. Papa knows I love him. Those are the ones that fight the most. I'm a saint. Ignore them. My hermit crabs are getting a new tank for Christmas. Lots of room. Uh-oh. So anyway, yeah, my mom, y'all, if you've been here long enough, you know my mom was an issue. So my mom, when other people would be sad, she would be angry. So when I decided to move, we got married, but I didn't get housing for 8 more months. Because it was too expensive to live in California, and even in 89. And so I had to wait 8 more months. And then when it was time to go, my mom lost her shit. Mainly because I was taking her grandson away. But, yeah, I can understand that. Because my daughter just moved away because of Guy. It's been more than 2 years, 2.5 years. And I've seen them once. And the other 2 grandkids that are in middle school, I literally had them all the time. She was a single mom. Even when I was homebound, I at least, took care of them a lot. So I miss them a lot. So I can understand you not wanting her to go. Do they have any kids? Or does she have any kids? You did? That's good news, Papa. You got a settlement with your health issues because of your eyes? Well, that's good to hear. What's a polyandrous? I know what polyamorous is. It's the same thing. Oh, I think I missed some stuff up here. Ugh, it won't move. I love the Hermes. I don't mind regular crabs, but I'm an arachnophobe. And the hermit crabs are a little too much like spiders in the way they look. Oh, that sounds fun. Learning about him. Sebastian's lair. So, elope? Who's eloping? You got. We went from hermit crabs to eloping. You got. It's both health and eyes. Okay, got it. Well, I'm glad you got something. That's good. I know. Poor Kim trying to keep up. I know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's okay. Nothing going on here tonight. Just do whatever you want. It's okay. My life is boring. I live through you guys. My life is really boring. Because now that my son's in school, I don't see his son either. Because I tried to get a message to his mom. I said, look, I'd come get him on the weekends if you want a break. I'd like to see him. This girl, oh my God, guys. She disappeared for 4 years. We didn't even, so he was living here when he was getting him on the weekends when he was a baby. And when he was about 9 months old, she disappeared. Now, she was getting child support all that time, but we didn't see him again until he was almost 5. And she was so out there. She filed a false police report on my husband. My husband went with my son to a doctor's appointment that they were going to be at. This was when things started getting contentious and she stopped letting him come visit. And so my husband, being a security guard, went up to the security guard and told him, look, this girl's a problem. Keep an eye on things. So this guy was already warned because they had already had issues at a doctor's appointment. When my son is a very low-key, peaceful, quiet type person. And that's why he gets taken advantage of so much. So he's never caused a problem. It was all her. It was all made up. So they went to the appointment. Mostly it went okay. And outside, Tom stopped to talk to her about something normal and stood like 4 feet away from her. Well, she went to the Killeen Police Department because the clinic was in Killeen and said that he laid hands on her. And we could have gotten the video and the statement from the officer who he stated, we read it, but the only way to get it was to subpoena it from a lawyer or a judge or something. But they never even investigated. You know why? Because there was already so many false police reports from her on file. So it's still open to this day. It's been 6 years. But my husband was really stressed about it because that kind of a report could really screw him up in his job. And he just wanted the paperwork just because. And we may still try to go get it. I don't know. It's been that long. But I even told Chris that when Chris tries to talk to her about us and doing something about that report, she pretty much just acts like he's not talking. And she even we did go to another appointment at the hospital, the children's hospital. There was something going on, and she body checked me. She was coming out of the elevator, and I didn't even know it was her. I didn't look. I could look up. I was looking at the ground like I always do because I have to be careful. And I'm going on. The rest of them noticed it was her coming off. I guess the appointment had been canceled. She body checked me, and I've never said a bad word to her. I've never said nothing, not on social media to her, nothing. Never gave her a hard time. We've never had a problem. Yet she treats me like I'm some sort of enemy that has done these horrible things to her. You've all seen me. I'm not a confrontational type person. I don't like it. until you push me past a certain limit. I wasn't pushed past that limit at that time yet. So I've never done anything to her for her to act like this. So I forget how I got on this vein. I think it was, I don't even know. Hi, Journey. Mr. Fraud. Mr. Fraud's been kind of quiet. Where is my mouse? There it is. I'm trying to do this. That's better. Now I have a scroll wheel. Oh, that's easier. Oh. Okay. I saw the law enforcement question. I'll get there. I got to keep up on this squabble. So if I have to intervene, I will. Overindulged. A client has a dresser crab. They give it Barbie body parts. Oh, that has to be weird. Sebastian and Ariel are my hermit crab. Oh, that makes so much sense. That's cool. Oh. And I saw the love of my life. I'm so happy. Papa, you never. Oh. I get it. What she is a problem. Can I ask something? Why do law enforcement hate if you confront them? I would say just I don't have an insight on police. I mean, I worked with them, but not like that. My first thought would just be because a lot of them have a power trip and they don't want to be questioned. I think for the most part. And we've seen that with all the video of the LAPD. I will say this. APD so far has been fairly decent. I don't know all the interactions with Pro Snappy and Selfless, but I think they've been pretty cool with them too. I think because they even said they acted like they were tired of getting called. So, now, did you guys watch Poe tonight? I know Scooter Mom did. Heifer? Who's talking about a heifer? Oh, I got a good story about that, though. About a heifer. I'll tell you that in a minute. Any ex-Sciento here? I haven't seen anybody I recognize as... I got org locations that are abbreviated. Now I got to go over the whole world to see or figure out what the hell they are. Start putting them up. Maybe I could help you. Or we could all help you figure it out. I probably don't know more than you. I was there for Poe's stream. Heifer, Sun's X. Oh, yeah. And see, I've never called her names either. But it's funny. The first couple girlfriends my son had, they were the kind of person that would just argue with anything you said, no matter what it was. I knew they were a problem first thing. But I've been one of those that never told my kids what to do. Maybe I should have been more involved. I don't know. But I'm like, well, you decided to have this. Now you got to deal with it. Okay. Heifer, funny incident. But it's play a fraud. Oh my gosh. That's an org. IFAD? Oh. Maybe we can. I thought it was going to be like abbreviations of cities. Oh. Yeah, you're going to have to go to somebody like Aaron for that. You know what? Email Aaron or any of the ex-members. Put it in the subject that you need help. They'll probably help you. I don't know IFAD either. That does not sound familiar at all. I have no idea. Wow. They love abbreviating stuff, don't they? It's like their superpower. We can abbreviate everything. CSE? Nope. Kinky. Oh, I remember because I was talking about my son and I was willing to go get my grandson for the day or something. But so just FYI, She has 5 kids. 2 of them she's already lost custody of. And Chris is baby daddy 3. And then in 4 and 5, their dads are not involved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Papa's in trouble. Uh-oh. Papa, you're in trouble. Woo. You better be nice. Uh-oh. Hi, Cher's husband. I got iPad. See, oh God, wow. Yeah, no help here. Sorry. Never say the words baby daddy ever again. Oh, I know. I really hate those terms too. My daughter's first, they were married, but he's never had anything to do with them since. And we just call him sperm donor. Yeah, I don't like that term either, to be honest. But it's the only way to really describe it at that point. Uh-oh. Cher's going to be in trouble too. You got Cher in trouble, Papa. Shame on you. Shame on you. I'm getting used to this new computer. It's weird. Because it's a Samsung computer, it's different in a lot of ways than like a Dell or an HP, which is all I've ever had. That didn't post. I can time him out for punishment. I don't know if I want to get involved in it, to be honest. There it is. I told him you are my backup in case he dies. Oh, no. I don't know if that was a good thing. I don't know if that was a good response. Oh, no. Whoops. Yeah, I think you're going to have to go to an ex-member for help with those. Unless it's online somewhere. I mean, I posted on a community post for Nora. She keeps changing her email with her channel. I noticed that yesterday. That did she change? I didn't know if she started a new channel or she changed her channel name. But I didn't realize she was having some. I'd been out of the loop a little bit. That she was having problems with ZDT. Freaking scum of the earth. Freaking that guy, I swear. Ugh. Hate that guy. But yeah, I emailed her a long time ago about helping me with a cadence. But my problem was I messaged her. I couldn't find her email back then. It was a long time ago. It was early on in my channel. So I messaged her on Instagram, but I forgot to go tell her I sent her an email. So it got lost. And I sent one to Laura FM. But I never pursued it. And I was trying to do some cadences that was back when we were trying to do more interesting things with the orgs. And I did come up with one, but it ended up being way too long. Something fun to say to get some interest. But we're kind of beyond that a little bit now, I think, in a lot of ways with the protesting. But it's still, if I could come up with a more fun one, mine was long, very long. And, interesting. The only one that would understand it is people inside. But they're fun. They might get some interest with people walking by too. Who's the link for? Reports go. Uh-oh. Pop, are you reporting people again? If you go to Nora's About section. Okay. Aaron has responded with the list of orgs, but I'm waiting on him because I'm missing one name. Now I got to decipher. Yeah. If you can't, maybe you could email me again with the ones you can't figure out. Yeah, she's changed her channel name again. Now it's What's Up with Nora. Okay. 3 times. I tried some different emails because the email I'm actually using for this channel I created for the website that I wanted to do that I ended up not doing. So it's not the email I use, the Scientology Won't Win. That's not the one I actually, so I have to keep it because it's how I made this channel. So I have to keep the other one. So then I tried to make a Miss Kim at Gmail. I have that too. Miss Kim something at Gmail. I don't even remember. I've got a ridiculous, and then I've got like 4 emails with Yahoo. So I have a ridiculous amount of emails. So when that baby reindeer came out and they were talking about she had a bunch of emails, and they're like, "Oh, why does anybody have that many 4 emails?" I'm like, I don't know. It's shady to have more than 4 emails. I'm like, I got like 8. I don't use them all, but Reese might. Yeah, Reese might too. Oh no. Uh-oh. So you got a hall pass. Ooh. Good on you, Cher. I'm gonna have to, yeah. Oh, wow, Journey. Well, I hope you get some help with that. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's what the link. Oh, I'm sorry. We were asking about the link. Yeah. I put it out there for anybody that wants to jump on. Didn't Matt just go to Africa or South America visiting? Did he? Is that our protester, Matt? I gave my neighbor flowers. Oh, because she lost her husband. Oh, no. Journey. My husband wouldn't have noticed something like that. At least he noticed. My husband wouldn't have noticed. You got a powder. Windy City went to South Africa? Man, I am out of the loop, you guys. I told him, is that why I got only 2 vases? I've gotten rid of vases. We've got so many vases. It's ridiculous. MD Media. Yeah, Matt is recovering from Okay, he didn't go anywhere. He's recovering from surgery. Okay, wrong Matt. Is he? So you guys know facts and stuff I don't know about because I don't get to watch everybody that often. Matter of fact, I was going to get with you, Scooter Mom, because we text. By the way, y'all. So, did I bring it? Yes, I did. So, I got the 3rd line I kept talking about. So, this is the phone that I film on now because my other one kept overheating. And we offset the $30 a month it was going to, for the extra line. We figured out some things. And then this phone was $2 a month. So, anyway. This phone is only for this channel. I have a phone number that I'm willing to give out because I know the only calls I'm going to get is from about the channel. So even if I get spam, I'll know. I won't post it, but if you email me and you want to text me or call me, I don't even care. Just all you have to do is email me and ask me for the phone number. I really wish the phone number was my personal number. Oh my God, it's so easy to remember. My personal number, my husband in years has not been able to remember it because it's every freaking number every number except 0. This one has the same number 5 times. So, so Scooter Mom, I know you text me. If I haven't given it to you yet, I need to. Because what happens is on my regular phone, I get pop-ups of text messages all day long. And a lot of it's ads or, because you go to somewhere and it's like, oh, get 10% off if we can text you. So I get all these, and I missed, like when Hitzel and them were going to Dallas, I missed it. I missed Hitzel's text. So if you text, I'm going to try to check this every day. Or make me a group, send it to both phones and I'll see it. I haven't, I'll give it to, let me do it right now. I've already have it memorized. I haven't even hardly used it. I think let me make sure. Let me check it. There's an about section that tells you what your number is. What? No, that's not it. I just want to make sure. You know what? I can just call my phone. My other phone. Because I can't look at that's all right. Yep, I was right. You hear my ringer? That's my phone. That's my phone ringer. That's if you don't know, that is. I hate when this happens. I just drew a blank. Walker, Texas Ranger was a show. Oh my God, his name's right there. Chuck Norris. That was Chuck Norris. And that he sang, that was the theme song to Walker, Texas Ranger. Because it had Texas. Yes. Walker, yeah. Uh-oh. What are you in trouble for now? It was Matt. I forgot. I know he wasn't filming much because of the law corruption. Really? I mean, I know Cubs is not out. I believe he was talking to an African woman that a body router was working on. The router told him, "I'm your people." And Wendy stepped in and said, "I'm your people." Really? I would love to see that clip. All right. I'll text that number to you. No, that's my boss. There you are. Gosh dang, I can't type. I think that's right. You'll see why I wish I had this number. But like I said, My phone doesn't ring a lot because my personal phone, I just use I don't really do anything with my craft business, but I have a name. So I use it, I answer with my craft business, and if a telemarketer calls and it's a business, they have to take you off their list. Well, my husband hasn't done that. He gets calls all day long, and I don't. And so, even I'm going to tell you guys now. So I told him, I said, just add enterprises to the end of your name, because work calls them and stuff. They have to know they're calling the right people. So whatever, let's say your name is Betty Smith. Just answer with, this is Betty Smith Enterprises. And they will have to take you off their list. Don't even have to worry about the no call list. You said Kerf a couple times. I thought it was an error. Is that something, Kerf? You've reported me to Kerf? Yep, I see why. I know, it's a good number. I already have it. I had it memorized before I even used it. I was like, oh, I can remember that. My husband wishes that was my number. So they gave me 3 numbers to choose from. I'm like, oh, I want that one. For sure. So we need to talk about something. We talked about kind of some irritating, sad stuff that's going on in the world. Let's see. I always like to talk about aliens. Did y'all see that I was on Natalie talked about me one day? Yes. Surface? Yes. But my memory's so bad I can't even remember. I know I watched it. I also got into the dome and heard anytime I'm watching something I find out it's been canceled and they say it didn't have a good ending. I had gotten away from oh my god, Sleepy Hollow. And I was going to get back into Sleepy Hollow, and I read something. They said, oh, it was a bad ending. Oh, okay. Got it. Secret. Oh, yes. Yes, Surface. I remember. I like that. If it's a good sci-fi or good, yes, I remember that. I hate it when they, do you guys remember Firefly? And it's like 20 years old now. And they canceled it, and it was like the biggest mistake they ever made. Under the Dome. Oh, there's a book? I will, because they canceled the show, and I've only watched, I would rather read the book. I don't have my notebook out here. I'll text it. I text things to my husband all the time when I want to remember. So, Under the Dome was a book. I hope he's awake. I sent him extra coffee tonight. Kerf is a mix of Christiva on Smart. Oh, I know. Firefly was so good. And they canceled it after 1 season. And then, so because everybody complained, they made a movie to kind of wrap it up called Serenity. You probably heard of the movie. But the thing is, it didn't. They didn't even follow the show. So they didn't even follow the show. And then they killed off probably the second favorite character. So then I'm like, so Nathan Fillion has talked about he would leave The Rookie to do a reboot of the show. He loved that show so much. I just texted myself, I guess I could do that. What about The Red Road? 2 seasons, abruptly canceled on, oh my gosh, on a cliffhanger. Jason Momoa and Lisa Bonet were, ooh, I didn't know that. Red Road. I did not hear about that show. I'm telling my husband, just ignore me. We're talking shows and books. He just went, yeah, I'm writing that down too. 1899. Oh, I think I watched that. 1899. I think I watched that. Oh, Torchwood. They ruined Torchwood. Anytime they take a British, well, I won't say it every time, but most of the time, if they take a British show and they give it to the Americans, they ruin it. They ruined Doctor Who. They ruined Torchwood. I could probably name off a bunch of others. I'm just, ugh. They've ruined Doctor Who. They said, oh, just because Disney's giving us money, it's not gonna affect us. No. They took all the whimsy, all the fun stuff about Doctor Who and just tossed it. And Torchwood, I watched Torchwood before Doctor Who. I didn't even know Doctor Who. And then they sent it to America, and I don't know what the heck they did to it. I think 1899. I'm pretty sure I've seen. I have IMDb on my phone just to look stuff up. Outer Range. No, I haven't even started it yet. Outer Range. Everybody like, watch Outer Range. Oh my gosh. No. See what I mean? If I'm late to the party, they end. So what was it? 1899. I swear I've seen that. I think I know what that one was. Was that the one? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen this yet. No, I have seen this. Was that the show that they filmed differently with that 360 screen? It was, yes. I did watch this because they had that new way of filming. So instead of doing green screen, they put screens around the whole stage, and they put so that, like, if you're on a ship and there's a storm going on, it's actually on the screen and the actors and actresses can see it. And it makes for like this whole new feeling in the show that, the actors aren't pretending, they're really feeling it. It looks really good. And it's actually fairly new, which surprises me. It's a curved. Well, what I've heard, there's a new show coming out that the screen goes all the way around. It's like, it's not, I don't know how many degrees that is. Don't make me do math. Did I see Bridge here? I got to switch from glass. Hey, Bridge, what's up? You're mad, Cher. What'd I miss? Let me go up. Oh, about the Outer Range. Okay, yeah. It's on my list. There's so many shows, so many movies, so little time with all this stuff. Oh my gosh. It was on a ship. Yeah. 360. Okay, I'm good. Scooter Mom helps me out. If I can't pronounce something, I ask her. Because like I said, I read a lot of words, but if I've never used it in a conversation, sometimes I've got it wrong. Another week of fun. Really. Glad you're here. We're just talking about TV shows. 1899. Dark. I started Dark, and they messed it up. See, so what was the other thing I watched that I completely skipped season 2? They said season 2 sucked. Oh, it was Sweet Home. It's a Korean TV show. And I watched season 1, and then, I don't know, season 2, season 3 came out. And I looked it up, and they said season 2 was like a filler, and season 3 was good. So I actually got my husband to watch that one. And so I just skipped season 2, and I'm going to season 3 because that's what everybody said to do. Sleepy Hollow. We talked about that a minute ago, Cher, because I was trying to go back and get caught up with Sleepy Hollow, and they said it was canceled and it didn't have a good like close up of it. So I haven't gone back. I love a show called The End of the Fucking World. Oh no, I know that show. I think it's on my list. Is that... I think I know what you're talking about. Is that the one... We go to IMDb. I think I know what you're talking about. There it is. Yep, that's it. I want to watch that so much. So the character is 17 and is pretty sure he's a psychopath. She's 17 and they make a connection. And it's like you can hear his thoughts. I've seen the previews. I want to watch that. It's still going. So it's got 16 episodes. It went to 2019. So it sounds like it's on Netflix now. Yeah, that sounds... Dark Angel, the show with Jessica Alba. I love that show. What was my last favorite show? We binge watched Death Becomes Her, First Wives Club, and something to talk about. Oh my gosh, I have all 3 of those. I don't have Death Becomes Her, but I love that. But I have First Wives Club and something to talk about. Oh my gosh, those are all 3 good movies. Shrinking is a good... I just got Apple. Remember, Apple wasn't available? Well, now on Amazon, you can... I did a trial version to watch something, and then I found all this... I just didn't need another channel. Oh my gosh. You wouldn't believe... Matter of fact, I told my husband we need to sit down and go through all of our subscriptions where we have too many. I have way too many to watch. But yeah. Bad Monkey is funny. I haven't heard of Bad Monkey. And I haven't heard of Shrinking. Best scene at the end is with Hank Williams. Really? Really? Oh, you're thinking of the movie, I think, Shrinking. We're talking about a TV show, right? Or is that a movie? Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah. I think I did it on... I think I did 7 days free. That's usually the thing on Amazon. And I think I'm going to keep it. There's a lot of shows on there that looks good. But gosh, between SPTV and going to Austin, I'm not going as much as I used to, but still, I'm like, gosh, there's so much to watch. It's so hard. So hard. And my husband has less time than me. Working nights, you tend to sleep more than 8 hours. So he literally only has a very much. So we'll start something together. And I know if we haven't started in on it within a month or so, I just end up finishing on my own. I'll tell you what we're watching right now. Let me see. What am I watching? Oh, if you like sci-fi, and even if you don't, you'll probably like... Oh, I had the right glasses on. There's a animated... I will watch animated stuff. Not necessarily anime. I like anime too. If it's a good movie. And I watch kids stuff all the time. Mysteries and stuff like that. Or ghost shows. If they're good. I don't care. I don't have an age group. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Where is Prime Video? There we go. Okay, so there. All right, I'm on Amazon Prime right now. Oh, we're watching right now called Childhood's End. It's a 3-episode miniseries. And these aliens come to Earth. And they make it a utopia. They don't show themselves, but there's world peace. There's no more starvation. It's 3, and so we're watching that. It's already over. It came out in 2015. I've honed down on channels for Scientology. I regularly won't watch anything with the infighting anymore. Yeah, me neither. And I know what you mean. Let's see. A couple of animes I'm watching. Oh, my husband is totally enamored with the show Ghosts, the American version. Like every time we have any time, he's like, let's watch Ghosts. I don't watch sitcoms as much as I used to. I don't know why. But I also don't like the gritty dramas. But Eureka, I was rewatching Eureka. I love that show. I finished that. Oh, I want to watch 1883. I cannot get into Yellowstone. It's too many seasons, and I think it's going to be too much of a soap opera and gritty for me. But the prequels look really good. A while back, I was trying to finish up Scorpion. Okay. Let's see, Netflix. What am I watching there? Let's see. Ooh, I haven't been in here in a while. Continue watching. Oh, that's anime. Anime. Something called Spellbound. That's a movie I need to finish. It's animated. Oh, Scavenger's Reign. If you guys like sci-fi, oh, wrong one. That's not it. It's on Netflix, and it's about people had to abandon a ship in space, and they all landed in different places. And this planet is weird. The plants, the animals is weird. Kind of what a sci-fi planet should look like. What else we got? Oh, I heard about the one with Billy Crystal. I saw it. Eli goes to. It's in series Shrink It. Really? Harrison Ford's also in, I think, one of the prequels of Yellowstone that I want to watch. Let's see. Yeah, I read that. Yep. 11/17. Is that one got Carrie? Oh, what's his first name? I know. City Slickers. I love Billy Crystal. He's awesome. But 11/17, if that's what I'm thinking of, I've seen it. It was pretty good. Some people, anytime critics say something's a flop or something's not any good, I don't listen to them. Because so far, now I will go into IMDb, look up the rating, and read user reviews before I watch something. I couldn't find it. A weird honk. Not coming up for some reason. I can't find it on here. The 11/17. Let's see, what else was I watching on Netflix? Oh, I watch a lot of Korean and Japanese, even Chinese, but it has to be dubbed. I was watching House of Ninjas. I should actually look at my list. There was one, guys. There was this Korean. If you like comedy, I gotta say, Koreans understand comedy. They're freaking hilarious. Hilarious. There was this show that I watched, and it was called, oh my gosh. It was a comedy. It was so funny. I even started watching it with my grandkids. Oh my gosh. Okay. The premise is she's a vet. Her dad opened this veterinary clinic, and he's retired. She took it over. They don't have a very good relationship. Well, she's not supposed to do large animals. She decided to only do the small animals, but somebody with a cow called her one night of a meteor shower. So she's out there at the farm when this meteor hits, and she's touching the rear end of the cow, and the farmer, and well, it doesn't matter about him. And after that, she finds out if she touches the rear end of an animal or person, she can see anything that they've seen. So it's hilarious. He ends up trying to work with a cop to solve a crime, and there's one scene where she has to touch people's butts. Oh my gosh, it it was funny. It was really funny. What was another one? And it was on Netflix. Most of what I watched, and the other one I liked was she was a lawyer, but I think she was autistic, and she wanted to be a lawyer. So she had to really work at getting at that. Let's see if I can find it. Extraordinary Attorney Wu. So she's an attorney. She goes but she's autistic, so she has to really prove herself and try to get a job and all that stuff. That was pretty cool. Oh, 11:14. Let me go back. What did I miss? Oh, I don't think I've seen that. The 11:14. Oh, 11:14? Okay. I love IMDb, you guys. You gotta have it. Oh, it's Colin Hanks in it? Leading up to car crash from 5 different perspectives. Is that it? On Paramount Plus, Evil. Oh, I've watched most of that. Oh, yeah, that was good. Okay. I'll put it on the watch list. Yeah, Evil's really good too. And what's funny is the guy that plays the bad guy, he's kind of, nerdy in a way. He plays the bad guy. And then I just finished Person of Interest. I binge watched it, and he was the good guy. That guy is so good that I was okay with him being the good guy, and I was okay with him being the bad guy. I have MGM Plus. I think I've seen it. I don't know why I haven't clicked on it. If it's horror, sometimes I'm picky about my horror. Unravel the mystery of a city in the middle of USA that imprisons everyone who... I didn't know that's what it was about. As resident... I'm going to put that on the list. Now it's more interesting. Sometimes when you just see it going by, it doesn't sound that good. It wasn't explained like that. Yeah. Person of Interest. Yeah, I binge watched the whole thing. Evil's really good. Really good. Check it out, you guys. Then there's a movie, I think, called Evil, that if it was based in the whole movie's in an elevator. I think. Nope, that's a TV series. Maybe is this it? Nope, that's not it. You guys know what I'm talking about? Maybe. Oh, no, I think that was called Devil. Hold on, let me try. I think that was called Devil. Yep. It's called Devil, not Evil. And the whole movie is people trapped in an elevator. That was really good. It got a 6.3. It's from 2010. It got a 6.3 on IMDb. So, I'm getting... Ugh. Oh, by the way, I'm not allowed to say where my husband works because he signed an NDA. But He got this at the Christmas party last year. Just saying. That's where I work now, too. Actually, this is, I shouldn't say. There's a company that is over all of the properties, but the property that the security office is called something else, where they go shop, the shopping centers and stuff are. The bridge that was so good, but crossed so many lines for me. That sounds familiar. Scorpion. Yeah. I'm trying to finish Scorpion. I haven't quite finished it. I'm close. That's okay, Miss Sunrise. Thanks for coming. I know it's late. There's only certain people that are usually up this late, and not people with children. But I can't get my daughter to come on anymore because she's always FaceTiming dudes. I think she has a boyfriend. Oh, I don't even want to get into that. This girl. You have a good rest of, the weekend. Yeah, rest of your weekend tomorrow. Yeah, I didn't put the chapter name in Dianetics tomorrow because I was getting it set up in my bedroom and I didn't have the book in front of me. I got to go fix that. I love talking movies and books, y'all. Love it. So when I did go into the Dallas org to kind of have a rapport with them, I just tried to say, I didn't know anything about it. I said my son wanted to come in, and I mentioned, oh yeah, I know who he is, because they mentioned L. Ron Hubbard. I said, oh yeah, I've got one of his books, which I do. I have Battlefield Earth sitting over there, and I actually liked it, but I'm easily entertained. I really am. It takes a lot for me to not. There's only been like 1 or 2 books that I started. I was like, I can't read this. I gotta look up Bridge now, you guys. You know what? So I didn't bring this up on Google, which I should have. I found out I can share if I bring up StreamYard in Google, but I'm on Microsoft Edge. So hang on. Let me see if I can find so you guys can see what the IMDb app. Now, so this computer, you upload apps just like your phone. Now, some things don't come up in an app, like my Sling TV, I have to still do online. So, IMDb, is it an app? No, it is not. So, I will have to do that online. All right. So, it's kind of interesting. So, I don't download a program. I can download apps. But, I'm trying to figure out how to get MSNBC off of my homepage. I want it to be Google. Let's see. Do I remember my sign in? Probably not. I don't need to be signed in. Okay, let's see if I can share it on the screen so we can look at it. Present. Share screen. Oh, it worked. Lincoln Lawyer. I don't know if I've even seen I haven't watched that series. I've gotten away from like the police series, the lawyer series. I'll tell you, a lot of it is I want to escape from present day. So that's why I'm more inclined to fantasy, sci-fi, that kind of stuff. If it's kind of a gritty type series, and I used to watch that stuff, I've just gotten away from it quite a bit. The Bridge series. I missed the series Lucifer. You know, at first, I stayed away from that because it was called Lucifer. And that's just, I felt that I shouldn't watch it. But there's been a couple times I've seen clips, and I'm like, that kind of looks like it might have been good. So it's called Bridge or The Bridge. The Bridge. Okay. What's this about? When a body is found on the bridge between Denmark and Sweden, right on the border. Oh, I do like mysteries, though. I do like mysteries. Like, I watched Chapel Hill. No. I'm going to add that. Well, I can't add it to the watch list. I'm not signed in. Let me get signed in. That looks good. Virgin River. Call. You miss it? It went away? I didn't know Lucifer was over. Oh, it's... I gotta pause this. There we go. Virgin River. No. I like that guy. What's his name? Tim Matheson. He's from my day. Very raw. There was one with David Tennant, and so he did. It's like a limited series. It's only going to be one season, like 10 episodes. So they did the series in Britain, and then they did it in America, and he played in both, and he had to have an American accent for the one in the United States. And oh god, I can't remember what it was called. So let me look. I think I just came up with the wrong guy. That is not him. Yeah, him. Okay, that's the right guy. Where do I look at his filmography? I've never done this on the computer before. I usually use the app. Here we go. Where do I find his filmography? $180. Okay, so this is it. Oh, good. He was so good in Good Omens, and it's coming back. I read that book. It's really old, so it's several years ago. Don't look if you can't watch. It even makes me sick to scroll. Broadchurch. Is this the one that was in the United States? Okay, that's the British one, but I think it's called Broadchurch in both countries. It's kind of, that can be raw too, you guys. So I wouldn't recommend it for everyone. I'm pretty sure it was called the same thing in both countries. Or what? Oh. Nope. Nope. It was called Grace Point in the United States. Okay, so Grace Point, it's a mystery. All right. So, Spitfire Girl. Yes, that was good. So this one, I tried to pause it. Grace Point. It's only good if you like true crime. It's about a boy who's killed. And so it's all about this in a small coastal town. And, they look at everybody and you try to figure out who done it. And I'm kind of the kind of person, if they can fool me, it's a really good mystery because I can usually figure it out. Bye, Mr. Fraud. So, with no gore. So I might check that one out. Designated Survivor. I've watched it. I mean, it's on the list. I just haven't been. Ginny in Georgia. I haven't heard of that one. Ginny in Georgia. Ginny Miller. Oh, I might like that. Me and my daughter actually watched like Gilmore Girls together. Man on the Inside. Really, I haven't heard of that either. Man on the Inside. What's that about? That one? Oh, I like him. Oh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, that we're all screwed up. Pretty much. Night Agent. I've been wanting to watch that. It's on my list. I need to watch it. That looks really good. You know what ends up happening, you guys? This is what ends up happening. Wait a minute. Oh. Let me see if I can make me bigger. Okay, let's do that. What ends up happening is if I've got time to watch TV, I end up on YouTube so many times. I end up watching stuff on YouTube and don't end up watching real TV. Ted Danson, I like him. I was watching him in the Good Soul, where she went to heaven. I still need to finish that one. I don't know how many series I've started and I just kind of got into something else and didn't go back, and I need to. I do that a lot. Even Santa Clarita Diet. If you're into vampires, that was a pretty interesting show. Still haven't finished that yet. Me and my husband were watching that. That's okay. So a lot of times that's what happens. I told you that earlier. So my husband and I, on his night off, will start a show, but I have to wait another week to sit down with him to watch it. And then that week will come and he'll want to watch a movie or something else. And weeks will go by and I'm like, oh, I got to finish it myself. More series for me to binge watch. I know, right? You know what somebody said? They're like, people grumble when there's a 3-hour movie. I actually like 3-hour movies, but when a movie's more than an hour and a half. But if you break it up into 8 to 10, 30 to 45 minute episodes, somebody will sit and watch that all the way through. I'm like, yeah. I don't know how many nights I've stayed up all night been watching something. Ted and Merrick are the perfect real-life couple of Heifer International, a charity I use for gifting. Oh. Heifer International. Never heard of that. You reminded me of the thing I was going to tell you about Heifer earlier. So, my husband works in Waco, and like I said, there's a lot of shopping, little shops and a big shop and a bakery, a coffee shop. They have a restaurant, but it's off-site. And so whenever there's a season change, the people come in at night to set things up or break things down, and my husband's there at night. So all these workers are there, and he goes and he's like, well, where's the boss lady? Now, you have to understand, A, it's Texas. B, almost all the other security guards are Hispanic. Almost usually everybody else he deals with is Hispanic. So he walks up to the boss lady. He says, are you El Jefe? Now, men, it's usually El Jefe is what he normally says. He says, are you El Jefe? She goes, I don't think I like the sound of that. And he goes, well, you're the boss lady, right? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, he calls me on the phone. Well, we do the FaceTime. He goes, I think I'm getting fired. I said, why? And he told me, he says, I think she thought I called her a heifer because she wasn't Hispanic. And then they told him it wasn't El Jefa, it was La Jefa. You change the beginning, not the word. Anyway, either way, she wasn't Hispanic. She thought, I think one of the other workers went over and told her, because after that, when he dealt with her again, they were fine. So he thinks one of the other workers went over and explained what he was trying to say, but she thought he was calling her a heifer. I was like, and when he calls me and says, I think I'm getting fired, I take his butt seriously. Because I'm like, what? I'm panicked. I'm like, what did you do? Because in security, you saw them stupid ass security guards on Poe's channel. You know, Tom works for people that they had a guy fired because he called a tornado warning when there wasn't one, just because he was from Arizona and didn't understand tornado warnings. And because he heard there was a tornado warning somewhere in Texas, in the area, it just wasn't in Waco. Oh, by the way, there's been drones in Texas. Nobody's talking about it because it was Tom's coworker. So Tom's coworker, he has a good bit of property north of Waco, and he hunts on it and has animals and stuff, but he's a security guard too. And he had one of those SUV-sized drones above his property, north of Waco. Now, just south of Waco is SpaceX, where my husband works security there too. And he had a chance to do security at their location on the coast. I wanted to go, but he didn't want to do it. And I'm like, what the heck? Why do we have drones in the middle of Texas? He said if he'd have had his rifle with him, he'd have shot it down. A free box from Heifer International. Okay. Lots of it. I seriously love Hancock. Oh, yeah. I like that a lot. I've seen it a few times. What are the odds? We've messaged Heifer in 3 different conversations. Did you really? Must be the topic tonight. But yeah, we had a drone. He should have turned it in. Matter of fact, he might see him in the morning when he gets relieved. Although tomorrow's Sunday. Sunday is the only day that place is closed to customers. I'm going to ask him. Has he reported the drone sighting? He should. I didn't even think about that when he first told me about it. He should really report that. Guess what? Elon's brother owns the biggest drone entertainment company in the USA. Interesting. I've seen those drone shows. I didn't even know what that was at first. I saw this performance of BTS where there's a circle and all this lights. I'm like, how are they doing that? Is that just on the TV? And then I find out about these drone shows. I'm like, I just found out about them. I'm like, that's so cool. Yeah, of course he does. Of course. Yeah, but are those SUV size? I don't know. I still think it's weird. I mean, in a weird, like, either, no matter what the reason is, our government is effing up. Either they're lying to us, they don't know what's going on, they haven't, even if it's our government, why are they still doing it? And if it's that important that they're still doing it with all of us freaking out, then freaking tell us why. Because if they're looking for nuclear or something because they lost it, if they told us, maybe we could keep an eye out for it. Look how fast they found that dude when they put his picture out. This angers me. Disney Springs had a drone show all summer. That's cool. Yeah, I just found out that they were a thing. I didn't even know it. Yeah, I love talking to you guys. Like I said, I don't have any friends. So the only way I find new shows and movies is on my own. So sometimes, like I said, I looked at that one show and it didn't look that interesting from first glance. But when I went in to really look at it, because like when you're going through Netflix or whatever, they give you a little blurb. Sometimes it doesn't sound that good. But I'm like, now it sounds really good. So, but yeah, Dark. I've been waiting on Tom to watch it with me. I watched the first season. I'm just going to have to finish it myself. I don't know how many things we started that I've had to finish myself. Daisy, come over here on the blankie, please. Come over here. Come here, on the blankie. On a blank. No, on a blankie, right here. On a blankie. No, on a blankie. Go on a blankie. On a blankie. On a blankie. On a blankie. No. Up here. No. Oh my gosh. Because the blankie's on the wrong side of the couch, you won't get on it. Yep. Totally agree. Totally agree. Not so far. Don't say it. Don't say it. I've been good so far. AP Bio. What's that? Netflix. Where are you? Never even seen it before. A former college professor's career takes a turn after he loses his dream job and ends up teaching advanced placement biology. Oh, that's pretty good. I will add it to the list. 4 seasons. I'll get into that. I like that show that what's his name? Fluffy, the comedian. He plays a teacher. That was really good. But yeah, I'm totally on board with that one. Because I'm just like feeding puppies. Oh. You said they were a week old or a month old? The mommy's not there doing? Or are you having to supplement? Because when Petunia was born, there was a runt that we tried to save one night and we were feeding. And we kept him going all night, but he ended up not making it. He was too small. Oh. That's fun too. I've done that. Yeah. Why do I have... Oh, okay. Never mind. All right, guys. I've gone 2 hours. I'm going to have to go take a tinkle break. So I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, my goodness. This is supposed to be connected to the couch over on this side. So the arm is on the side I get out of, and it's very awkward. I have to slide out funny. Ugh. There we go. I'll let the dogs out too while I'm up. You guys need to go potty? Come on, let's go pee. Come on, let's go pee. Puppy dogs! Go pee pee. Come on, puppy dogs. Hey, go outside. Come on. You too. Outside. Go pee. What are you doing? Go pee. Why are you standing there funny? Go pee. Go. Virginia. Petunia's bullying them again. Come on, puppy dog. Hey, Tiny. Hey, man. Woo. All right, go on. Oh, I'm back. God, it sounded, my horse sounded like she was going to knock down the whole house. I forgot I had to go get them snack after. If they don't get snack after they go out, I get in trouble. 6 days old. Wow. Oh, okay. So mom's not there. That's so sad. Oh, suspect. Yeah. If you lived closer, I'd probably adopt one. If we had property like I wish we had, I would have so many more animals. Yeah, the vet bills are ridiculous. In fact, Daisy needs to get back in. I try to split up the vaccines. I'm not anti-vax at all, but I'm anti many vaccines at one time, either for kids or pets. I got my daughter to split them up. I just think, if you think about it, because people think it might be attributed to, or autism might be attributed to vaccines, because they give them so many at one time, so many different vaccines. So your body, these little bodies, 2, 4, 6 years old, are trying to fight all these different types of vaccines. So they're doing different things. And I don't think they've studied that enough. So I just feel like at least they should be split up. You shouldn't be given 3 or 5 vaccines all at once. Same thing with my dogs, especially my small dogs. I split their vaccines up too. I wish they would look at that more, because it was actually Trump, before he was president many years ago. I saw something he said, and he said he had friends who had a perfectly healthy, beautiful 2-year-old. The 2-year-old got vaccines, a bunch of vaccines, and then all of a sudden was autistic and having all these problems and developmental problems. And it just, sometimes, okay, so some things sometimes things stick in my brain. And even if they're not proven, but if they make sense and correcting it or changing something isn't a big deal, I don't see why not. Like, now I've gone back in summer, but antiperspirant on women, it stops you from sweating at all. And they were saying the toxins weren't able to get out of our lymph node systems, and that it could be causing the lymphatic system and lymph node cancer. So I switched to deodorant from antiperspirant for many years. But in Texas, in the summer, that's hard to do. So I went back to the antiperspirant in the summer just because it hadn't been proven. It was like maybe one study. It wasn't a big deal. And I'm just like, well, it's not that big a deal to change. And if I have so much cancer in my family, it's ridiculous. So I thought, why not? So, I mean, splitting up vaccines, I'm not saying don't give people vaccines. I'm just saying maybe not 4 or 5 at a time. And I don't see why that would be such a big deal to change if it's possible. Over 2. That's good to know. Bordetella, only if you board. That's good to know, because my dogs do not see other dogs. They are always in the yard. 10 every 3 months for her. Really? Because so I'm paying a ridiculous amount of money for, I think it's HeartGuard Plus, not HeartGuard. That's for heartworms and fleas. I didn't know you could do heartworms every 3 months. At feed store. Holy crap. So I'm paying $40 a month per pill, I think, for $3 every month. Especially the little guy, because he had heartworms. But if it lasts, does it really last for 3 months? Because I'd heard of people getting a shot for the heartworms. But we have a lot of mosquitoes here, so I have to be very careful. We have a lot of mosquitoes. So, and it was actually too hot for fleas this year, but I still, before that, years ago when I was doing the topical stuff, we could not keep the fleas down. It was horrible in Texas. Horrible. And then I found one that I liked, and I found out, I think somebody lied to me, to be honest. I can't remember, because I would have never gotten something if they'd have said, oh, it just prevents mosquitoes. It doesn't prevent heartworms. There's no way I would have used it. Vectra or something. I was on that for a couple years. And then I went in and they mentioned, oh, no, that doesn't prevent heartworms. It only... and I'm like, that's weird. But if I could do something like that, I definitely would. And you're at Cher, aren't you, in Georgia? So you're in a pretty hot state. So you deal with the same thing, probably. You're more humid than we are. Our yard actually has a lot more mosquitoes. Our backyard has a lot of mosquitoes. Where I've been over at my daughter's house that lives a half a mile away, no mosquitoes. I don't know what the heck is going on in our yard. We've been here for 25 years. And we don't know why. Except that we have a lot of trees, but so did my daughter. So I don't know. I will try that. I'm going to take a picture of that because I will forget. Because if I could go to just a flea, all right. I might try that out. We got a couple feed stores I could check out. Because if I could just go to a flea preventative every month into that, I would love it. Come get them. Yeah. Feed store. Ask what generic ivermectin they carry. I get it. Okay. They'll know. And take a picture of that too. Okay. Fleas will love. Oh, fleas. We love Brevecto. $50 for one pill last year. That would be so much better. I'm paying out the butt for what I've been. So I'm paying $90 a month for that. It is cheaper to get it online, but you have to buy like 6 doses at a time. And even with, I use care credit when I take the dogs to the vet. So I'm actually overdue for. Yeah, they're going to be due soon. They're overdue. Because I was only allowed to buy one. I was only able to buy one pill at a time last month. So, and it's for the one pill, it's cheaper at the vet. If I can find it cheaper on like 1-800-PET-MEDS or Chewy or something, I do. Like I get her allergy medicine on Chewy. It's way cheaper than the vet. Geez, that's expensive. That's $90 every 2 months. Luckily, she only takes half a pill. It would be $90 a month. Which, honestly, during the summer, during the season of whatever she's allergic to, she really does need it. She's scratching right now because it's at night. She gets it in the morning. Sometimes we supplement with Benadryl. I will think of something and it will literally go right out of my brain. I picture the word and then it's gone. Only one pill, not 3, last 3 months work. I'm going to try it. Because then, honestly, right now, when it's this temperature, fleas aren't a big problem. And mosquitoes are definitely not a big problem, which makes the heartworms a big problem. But it's mainly the fleas. Well, the heartworms are for them. But, man, I have scars on my ankles from flea bites. Fleas love me. My husband, I know when my dogs have flea. My husband does not. I know when there's mosquitoes. My husband doesn't care. They love me. We rescued these kittens one time in California, and they were infested. Our house got infested, and my ankles were so ate up. I have scars, literal scars on my little dots from the fleas. So I'm deathly afraid of fleas. They love me. But I know as soon as my dogs have had fleas in it because they lay on our bed, and I know. But luckily, I mean, having them on this stuff for the last couple to 3 years, we've been pretty good. My son sulfured his whole yard with sulfur powder that he got at like Lowe's or something, and that took care of all the fleas and stuff. And I've been wanting to do that with my yard. Just haven't got it. I'd like to do it. Yeah, Benadryl. Yeah, I do give her the Benadryl. I do give it. And I'm the queen of finding the cheapest thing. So if I can get it, I think I get it on Amazon even pretty cheap. I get the off-brand type stuff usually of just about everything. Yeah, I usually try to check the sales. And I'm queen of research. I look at user reviews all the time before I buy something. I'll study something for days or weeks before I buy it. Why are they running? They make me nervous when they run around. What are you doing? Where'd everybody go? They must have went to the bedroom. Nothing kills fleas, poopy, but fire. I know. They're a menace. Oh my gosh. Especially Texas, man. And that's another thing. Fire ants. Do you guys have them in Georgia? Because I was only stationed in Georgia, so I was never really outside that much. So I told you that was where I went for, well, no, I lived in Atlanta, but it was wintertime. So we were only outside for PT in the morning. So I wasn't like rolling around on the ground. But man, when we got to Texas, we didn't know what fire ants were. Oh my God. They're like, honestly, if you want to take over a country, just infest them with fire ants. Oh, no, nobody else is really talking. It's okay. There's only 4 of us. There's only 4 of you guys in here. It's late. No, it's fine. You're teaching me a lot. I'm jealous. I wish I were you. I when I was younger, man, I wanted land, animals, all that stuff. And my dumb butt, because of the Army, we didn't have a lot of that choice. Hey, Never and Aaron. What's up? Yeah, a big group left a little while ago. They got tired. We're still here. We were talking about movies and shows earlier. What's your favorite show recently that you watched or movie? So I mentioned it earlier and we got to talking about something else, but Natalie, I was in her chat one day, which normally I'm not in her live chat because I save her show for my drive. So I'll have to tell you about that in a second. And I was actually in there live and she was like, who was it that was talking about aliens? They got to talking about aliens. I'm like, I think that was me. I love aliens. Or no, she said, Miss Kim, wasn't it you that talked about aliens? Like one time, a long time ago, we talked about aliens. I'm like, I could talk about that all day long. Or they went to pups. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, because I told you when I planned to do this, I didn't know at the time. It was kind of early on. Scarface. I was born in 95. I've seen Scarface. I liked Scarface. It's not something I'd want to watch more than once. But the big movie in high school for me was Purple Rain. And Top Gun. Because I was in Navy ROTC in the middle of Ohio. Figure that out. So a lot of our guys, because recently Tom Cruise got that award from the Navy because of his 2 movies and helping with recruitment. There were a lot of guys from my ROTC that went in the Navy because of that movie. Matter of fact, we had one guy named Marcus that started wearing a bomber jacket and aviators, and he went in the Navy. And I heard he shot one of his fingers off and had to get out. Oh, Rocky Horror Picture Show! Oh my gosh, I love that movie. We went, so where I'm from, so Ohio State University is in Columbus, and that's where they played Rocky Horror. After the prom, after the military ball, because it was the midnight movie, we would go to Rocky Horror Picture Show. We have it on VHS somewhere in the house. Yep. I haven't been to Florida. Maybe someday I'll travel there. Honestly, what are y'all barking at? Let me check the cameras. I have to sign into the camera. Nothing out there, guys. Not anymore. We have a cat that likes to mess with them. And a possum. Not a possum, I'm sorry. A raccoon. We have a raccoon the size of a dog that hangs out in our driveway. The problem is our camera needs to be placed better. The camera is pointed just past our door. Because our porch goes like this, and then there's the front door. So if there's something right in front of the door, I can't see it on the camera. He didn't have me here when he was setting it up. But I don't know. We also have a fire department very close by, so it could be anything. But yeah, Florida is like the only state I don't want to travel to, at least for any length of time, because they like to have hurricanes and tornadoes at the same time. Just saying. Come visit. Squirrel farted. Yeah, for sure. They'll bark at a mouse fart too. Yeah. I'm introducing my HOA. Oh, crazy president. Oh, I know. We went to South Padre Island. It's like the only vacation we ever took a couple years after he retired. And it's on, oh, it was so beautiful. It was so nice because the water's warm. It was nice here in Texas. We wanted to buy a condo down there, and we were about to do it. And there was a bunch of properties for sale. And I asked the realtor, I said, why are so many properties for sale all at once? They had closed. This was years ago. They had closed the border crossing right there near Brownsville, which was near South Padre. And a lot of these condos on South Padre Island were owned by Mexicans. And when they closed the border crossing, they couldn't take care of their properties, so they were selling them. Right as we were about to buy it, this, I forget what it's called, but the flesh-eating bacteria was found in the water. If we'd have bought it, we probably would have went bankrupt because nobody was going. I'm like, oh my gosh, so glad. But we still want to, because it was we had so much fun down there. And I'm not a big ocean person. We're still thinking about it. And then just using it ourselves, like at Christmas time or something. Because we were there in September and it was warm. Yeah, Atlantic side for sure. Or no, I'm talking about the Gulf. Isn't it cold though? It's because I'm from the East Coast, sort of. The only time I was in the ocean before he went in the Army was Virginia. It was cold. Florida's different. Midwesterner at heart. Yeah, I'm from the Midwest too. Hey, do you know what euchre is? Because being the Army taking us to California and Texas, nobody knew what it was. We taught so many people how to play it. Just so we could have somebody. And then they brought it into the, you could play it online with people. That was my only savior. Because we were so boring in high school. We would have parties with alcohol. But we would literally sit and do these euchre tournaments. We did dancing too, but mostly we did euchre tournaments. We never hardly got in any real trouble. 46. I don't even know what it is here. It's a little chilly today. I usually never wear a sweatshirt. Necrotizing fasciitis. Yeah. They found whatever that was in the water, and oh my gosh, nobody was going to South Padre. It's 46, right? Oh, no, that's Austin. I check Austin so much on my phone that that's what it's set on. No, it's 48. Feels like 44. Whatever. About the same. So we're about the same right now. My mom plays euchre. You know what euchre is? You might, because you're right above there, Scooter Mom. So I'm not surprised, actually. And I love my in-laws played tournaments. And then my husband was in either Korea or Bosnia, and you could play it online with other people, and he would get on and be my partner, and we'd play. But it's, if you don't know what it is, in the military, or at least in the Army, spades is huge. Spades and dominoes. If you understand spades, because that's another Trump wins kind of card game, we could easily teach spade players how to play euchre. Corexit poisoning made us change sides in Florida. Oh, wow. I've never heard of that. That's a whole rabbit hole I went down years ago. Lots of research. Because we're still thinking about buying on the Gulf. I need to know what that might be. Oh my God, Scooter Mom, you need to come visit me. Holy crap. 5? It didn't even get 5 in Ohio. I went home Christmas one year and it was 14 degrees and my toes, I got deathly ill because I wasn't used to it anymore. I'm going to check out what that is, see if it involves South Padre Island. Before the wind chill, what is it with the wind chill? Because you got to count the wind chill now. They're finally counting that more. Or the heat index here. I saw this game called Try Ominoes. Never heard of that. Actually, let me bring it up here so you guys can see it too. Holy moly. Let's do images. Oh, that just hurts my head. I could see, though, how it would be a lot like dominoes. I get it. No, actually, that looks like... no, because all 3 sides have to match. I was like, maybe that might be easier. There's only 3 numbers, but there's more sides. Maybe not. Corrects it whole golf. Mine is 7.6. Oh my gosh. See, I can't complain anymore because of Scooter Mom. It's all her fault. I just would not buy on the island. It is. All right on the beach. It is. I am 5 miles away from the beach. Don't need to evacuate. Evacuate? Yeah, 50 here. We're dying. Same here. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it looks fun, but the people I watched play it got physical. They would break tables. Yeah, I never did learn it. I never learned that. Man. I know. It gets below 50 and we're crying here. You're a popsicle person. Now, I wasn't always this way. California and Texas made me this way. I remember waiting on the bus with no gloves, no hat, open coat, and I know it was probably 20 degrees outside or 30. It was below freezing for the bus, and it didn't bother me at all. But it's been, we left when we were 20. 35 years I've been gone. I call that booger freezing weather. Yeah. I hibernate. Yeah. And see, what's funny is I hibernate in the summer. I don't mind going out when it's cold. I love it. I love cold weather. Except when it's that cold. But I hibernate all summer. Booger freezing. I know, right? I remember trying to go to the military ball in open-toed high heels and my formal and trying to get through the snow to the car. I have pictures of it. That was ridiculous. I miss winter. I miss 4 seasons. Okay. I get it. You can leave. When I leave, everybody knows. That's okay. You know how many nights I didn't feel it tonight, though. Oh, I didn't even tell you what I did yesterday. My butt was in my truck driving for 6, 7, 8, 9 hours yesterday. I slept all day. I slept so hard last night. I'll wait till Scooter Mom gets back to tell the story. I drove all over Texas yesterday. But I was like, oh, I'm going to get on sketch. And I hadn't slept the night before. I stayed up all night, left my house, went and did all that, came home last night, thought I would sleep all night and get up I'm like, okay, I can get back on schedule again. No, I slept till 2 o'clock today. It's gotten to 38 here. That's the lowest it's gotten. And I've been staying in the bedroom a lot more because it's easier to heat than to sit out here. And like, you'll never see me in a sweatshirt. I usually like to layer because I hate to get hot. So I've had to use my earbuds because I'm sitting right next to Tom during the day while he's asleep watching to be honest, I could literally turn my tablet all the way up and listen to it and he would not wake up. That man has slept through mortar attacks. Nothing wakes him up. He said the last tour in Iraq, the only reason he woke up during a mortar attack is it hit a Humvee outside his door and blew open his door of his room. Or we have a picture of it on fire. Other than that, it wouldn't wake him up. And way back in 89, when he went to Panama and was in Just Cause, he was up for 3 days straight. So when he did get a chance to sleep, he literally laid in the gutter under his Humvee because you didn't want to be in the Humvee in case it got attacked. Hey, Scooter Mom. So I was talking about yesterday. My butt was in my truck for, did I say 10 hours? I'll do it again. 6 hours there and back. 2 hours there. So 6, 8, 9 hours yesterday. And my butt was sore. So, and then I didn't sleep all the night before. So I thought I was going to get back on schedule. It didn't work. So what it was, I thought originally my son was supposed to move home yesterday. Either way, I still needed to go. So he's switching schools. The school he's in is 2 years. And when he went on a field trip to a business, I don't want to get too specific. I don't want people to figure out what school he's in. There was an employee there that said his son just went to a similar school that was 8 months long. And my son was already very upset with this school. It's a technical school or vocational school. And he's using the last of his GI Bill. And if he does well and he gets a job in his field, he'll be making $140,000 a year or something like that. And anyway, the first block, everybody passed flying colors. The second block, 30% of his class failed because the teacher didn't want to teach and didn't do his job. And they signed a petition about the fact that this guy didn't want to teach what they needed to know. And so my son does not like his time being screwed over, or his money, or his GI Bill. So when they went to this field trip and this guy said this, he's like, I want to know what school that is. What's the phone number? I need to go there. So he called that school about a week or two ago and found out about it. He talked to the guy for 45 minutes. He's like, so you take out all the bull crap and tell us what we really need to know. And they're like, yeah. And here's the issue, what my son has gone through before with schools, because one of them was shut down for embezzlement, and he can't even get his transcripts. What it is there's these schools that open up just to take the GI Bill, because the GI Bill just pays you. And you don't have to, I don't even know how to explain it. But so the first school, the GI Bill gives out so much a year. And this school he's going to, and there's several of them through the states. The highest amount the GI Bill will pay out is what they charge for 2 years. They're just wanting to make money off of, but they do get a lot of non-military personnel, but they gear it towards people with the GI Bill. So, this other one is 8 months. I'm trying to think. And so I drove all the way to Dallas yesterday to where my son was. Then we drove an hour more north to the actual school to talk to them because I just wanted to see what they had to say. My son was already pretty much sold. Luckily, there was a student still there at that time, and he talked to him. And he may even get credit for a little bit of what he's done already, which would be really nice. So then coming back, it's rush hour, and it took longer. And I took him back. He's staying at an extended stay. Thank God he didn't get an apartment because now he's leaving. So he's paid up for a few more days. He didn't come home with me yesterday. So he's going to move. So to get his paperwork together and start, it won't be till February. So he's moving home till the first week of February. But that's why my butt was in my truck so long. Gee, I don't know how much traffic we just sat in. It was ridiculous. My leg was tired. My leg hurts. But anyway. So that's what happened yesterday. So I was so tired. I slept super hard. But my husband tried to wake me up once. And I kind of woke up and then didn't. And I slept till 2 today. And I didn't want to. That's going to throw me off schedule. That's why I'm so awake. I slept too much. But yeah, I never thought growing up I would ever cry when it was 40-something degrees. But we did. I remember as a kid, where I lived, there was a cornfield across the street. So we would get these snow drifts in our yard right in front of our house, like 3 or 4 feet tall. And my stepdad made us a tunnel in there to play in. It was so much fun. I remember the snowsuits where you can't move. I would go outside all day. I lived outside. That's why living here has really messed with my mental health a lot, because I grew up outside. And since I got here, because I'm so fair and I get sunburned so bad, you can't even camp in June, July, August. You can't camp. It's too hot. You can't do anything. I don't know how people do it. Michelin Man suits. Oh, there's a funny story with that too. So I jumped on an airplane when I was 30. And if you're bigger, you have to wear a skin tight suit. If you're smaller, you have to wear a looser suit to work with the wind. And so I had to wear a skin tight suit, and I looked exactly like the Michelin Man. That was fun. Because I didn't do tandem where you're attached to somebody. I took the 5-hour classes so I could do it myself. And 2 instructors jump out with you. You do all the commands. You do everything. You pull the chute. They wait a second to make... Oh, it's all right, Cher. I'm not going to go more than 3 hours, so we're almost done. We're about to be done soon. I need to go and try to get some sleep. But Scooter Mom, you've probably heard this story because you're here more often. But it was my 30th birthday. And so I'm a pretty conservative person. But every once in a while, I got to do something out of the box or crazy. Just every once in a while. And so that's what I chose. And I paid for a cameraman. I've got it. It's on VHS still. So my husband was about to go somewhere. So when was I 30? What year was that? 99. I think he was going to Bosnia. I had to do it in February because he was leaving somewhere. And all I remember was my ears being so cold. So they jump out with you. They go down with you. Make sure you pull, and they're attached to you. So everybody says that was crazy. Look, I won't bungee jump. I think bungee jumping is dangerous. Why? Because you have one line. When I jumped out, I had 6 parachutes. I had my 2, the regular, the reserve, and I had 2 instructors, and they had 2. So that's 6 parachutes to make sure I was okay. I felt okay about it. So, I had a little trouble getting a hold of it, so they had to pull it for me. And that couple, like 10th of a second, was enough to throw me off of where I ended up landing and where the cameraman landed. So he didn't get to film my landing. But once I pulled the chute, I was on my own. So I had an earpiece, and so I'm controlling the chute, and he's telling me things to do. Well, I get motion sickness, y'all, and I don't know why my dumb butt I didn't know much about Dramamine back in 99. Now I live with Dramamine constantly. And my instructors didn't say, hey, do you get motion sickness? Make sure you take Dramamine. Nothing. This dumb piece of crap had me go right in a circle, had me go left in a circle. And then that couple seconds, so he had me land. It's way out in the boonies out there. And literally, so I didn't get to land. We had 2 students per flight. He got to land. My other student got to land on the big round circle. I landed. If he had not, I was literally 10 feet from a barbed wire fence where he had me land. And I'm just like, wow, guy. But my instructor, thank God, landed like right almost with me or right after me. So I land, and I did the landing great. You flare. So you're coming down, right? And you flare. And what that does is it kind of brings you up so you softly land. I did that good. But I was so thankful and relieved to be on the ground, I just flopped over when I landed. Well, the next thing you have to do is start grabbing your chute so the wind doesn't grab your chute and drag you across the field. So I did that, and I jumped up, grabbed my chute. My instructor comes over, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was such a trip. And then I was like, oh, I think I'm going to be sick. And he goes, did you take Dramamine? I'm like, no. He goes, I do. I didn't get sick right then. And they told us the adrenaline rush would be so much that you would be weak. I didn't know what that meant till I got to the truck to open the car door. I was so weak, I couldn't even open the car. I couldn't lift the handle on the car door. I got all the way home before I did get sick, and then I crashed for 3 hours. But it was fun. But there was another guy that said it best. He said, I think I would have rather done tandem because you're so busy worrying about everything. You didn't get a chance to really enjoy it. So I would never say anything against tandem. I did tandem. Dumbest thing. I lived. I don't know. I think with tandem, you're way better off. You got an experienced person. And they thought I wasn't going to. So they changed planes at the last minute, which I didn't like. Originally, we were supposed to step out onto the strut and then jump. We ended up with a bigger plane. So instead of jumping at 13,000 feet, we jumped at 15,000 feet. So I'm in the back. Everybody's moving forward. The students are I think both of us were in the back. And then my instructor's right behind me. You're sitting literally between the person's legs behind you. So as it's time to walk forward, I guess I didn't move. And he kind of pushed me. I hesitated. And then I get to the door. And the problem I hated about this is all you had to hang on to was this wall. just a wall. And you had to hang on to that in and out. And you had to go, maybe you might remember, Cher. You say clear in. I don't remember what the words were. This was long. This was 30 to 55. 25 years ago? That was a long time ago. So I said those things. I guess I hesitated again, and they kind of pushed me out. I didn't even remember it. What he didn't know, one thing about me is when I commit, whether, no matter what. And I committed to myself. I didn't even say it. I just committed to myself that I'm not coming down in that airplane. If I go up in that airplane, I'm not coming down in that airplane. So whether I hesitated or not, I was going out that airplane. So it was worth it. I liked it. It was worth doing once in a. It's worth doing once. I have a logbook. I could have continued, but it's kind of expensive. So back then I had thought about continuing with it, but nah, because I still had kids then and stuff. Matter of fact, that weekend my daughter had stomach flu. Poor kid. And so I did this all on Saturday, and all my friends and family came out Saturday to watch me jump, and we got cloud cover. Ended up canceling and having to come back on Sunday and actually do it. So I think that's worth doing. And people think you feel like you're falling the whole time. You know this, Cher. Actually, the only time you feel falling is when you first go out. And once you're out, because the plane's going a different speed, once you're out, you don't really feel like you're falling. It just feels like a lot of wind. So I don't know. To me, bungee jumping is a lot scarier. And oh my gosh, the yanking when the chute opens, you probably didn't feel that, Cher, because I had the harness on, and they put the harness through your crotch and really tight. That was not happy either. One of these days, I'm gonna get that VHF put on a DVD or something, because I don't even think my kids remember watching it. They were young. Yeah, I'm gonna be going here soon, you guys. Time is it? We've been here almost 3 hours, you guys. There's 9 people in here. There's other people lurking. Come on in, you guys. What's going on with you? This is just a bunch of people chatting. I like it because to me, so I was thinking about this, Scooter Mom. So I was listening to Natalie and Aaron talking about their first interview that went for, I do not understand the concept of jumping from great heights being fun. Oh, it's more of a challenge. I mean, to be realistic. It's kind of a challenge. It's just, and I tried to get my husband to do it, and he said the same thing. I'm not jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. It was just something to challenge myself to, I guess. Like I said, every once in a while, I try to do something out of the box. Yep, Daisy's in there on the bed, barking from the... What are you barking at? Oh, I know what they're barking at. Listen to this. That's what they're barking at. That's me, silly. It's me. Shh. It's okay. Well, I have it. It's on VHS. And then I have videos that are many years old that are on those 8mm. I've got to get them all switched over somehow. I hope they're still in good shape. Just doing paperwork for my HOA resistance movement. You got to keep me. Didn't we talk about that before, Bridge? Oh, yes. You need to go watch. Have you watched those HOA I remember now. I remember that conversation. You go with your bad self. I don't understand why they even exist. Yeah, we need an update. But yeah, never, Aaron. Sorry, Aaron. Yeah, I need to go dig it out. It's in a box. And get it switched over to like a DVD. It's not that exciting. And like I said, once I'm out and once I pull my chute, the camera's not there anymore because this is all I did. And that was enough because everything happens really fast. I reached for my pull. I pulled. I missed. I reached again. I missed. And because they said they would charge us $30 if we didn't we had to take the pull pin and shove it in our shirt or we get charged for it. One of my instructors pulled it. Normally you should get failed for that, but because you didn't pull, but because I tried and I just missed, they passed me. Plus, if you ever watch them in the air jumping, I'm sure everybody's seen it on TV. You're supposed to only have your legs bent a certain angle, and I was bent too much. And they kept giving me this signal, and after all those classes, I forgot what that signal meant. That it meant to straighten out my legs, and they passed me anyway because I should have failed for that too. But it was worth it. It was fun. Like I said, if you don't want to go through all of that, tandem's the way to go. Now my husband's like, yeah, I might think about doing it. Back then he was like, nope. We just had a lawyer send her paperwork to stop the new rule that pickup trucks have to fit in our one-car garage and cannot be on our own driveways, or otherwise they will be towed. Oh my God. Just HOAs, when I have to keep myself from reading a lot of it because it just makes me mad. I used to. I just don't because I get motion sickness. But I get it. She responded back to the lawyer that she never said to any of us that she was going to tow or give violations, that it was only a mere suggestion that we park in the garage. Oh my gosh. You're after my own heart, Bridge. I love it. Oh my goodness. You've got to publish that song. You've got to publish it. So many people would love it. I told you, just dealing with the city has been, I wanted to pull out my hair. I could imagine an HOA. Well, too bad. When you're outside, there is no expected privacy. Sucks to be her. I remember the cameras now. Took me a second. Oh no, you're the bomb. I don't know, they don't say that more, but I think it's awesome. I'm glad you're fighting them. Because it's no different than Scientology in a lot of ways. It's just, I hate people taking advantage and using their power. Let me see if I can say this right. Abusing their power. And that's what so many of these HOA presidents and stuff do. It's just their little power trip. Oh, well, you just thought the same thing I did. She now acts like a Scientologist, pretending to be on her phone walking her dog. Oh my God. Yep. No. Were you on post chat earlier by any chance, Bridge? Because I said this. Because I'd missed a little bit. I got a phone. My daughter called me. And I realized this security guard, she was recording him. And I'm like, well, that's not body cam. So was she recording? He's, yeah. And what was cool was, and I've almost done this a couple times. If I ever had a problem, I'm not going to, Scooter Mom, this is your fault. I have hiccups now. It's your fault. Because you said it. Ugh. Anyway, she actually live streamed it to her platform. And I said, I feel like nowadays we all need to wear body cams 24/7. I didn't say those exact words, but to protect ourselves, because you never know when something's going to happen. When somebody's going to mess with you. I just got a new dash cam, and Tom installed it 2 nights ago. We're not even sure if it's working right, because every time I drive to Austin or anywhere, I have these crazy ass people doing crazy ass stuff. And the other day, I don't go on shorts very often, and when I do, I give myself a time limit because you can get addicted. And I got on this feed of why people should have dash cams. People stopping and backing up into people trying to have an insurance claim. And had they not had a dash cam, they'd be screwed. Yeah, that's what I said because Poe had a security guard on who was abusing his power, and this woman recorded him, and because she recorded him, there's a big hoopla around it. The security company, I think I saw somebody in the chat say that she possibly had a lawsuit already. But I know it's she went after my mom for what? Because she parked her car. I'm angry for you, Bridge. I am. This is one of my pet peeves, and the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is I cannot stand people taking advantage. I just can't. That's my my whole life pet peeve. Oh my God, she is. I understand that, but then she shouldn't be in the HOA. That's what you're probably trying to work towards. Well, I've also seen HOA presidents that have lost their minds and then ended up being found to be embezzling, making money off the fines. I don't know how many stories I've heard about that. Yeah, I saw that in the chat. I hope she did. And see, there's only so much you can say in the chat. But my husband's been in security for 14 years now, and he hates those kind of guys. They're wannabes, and they give nothing but problems. My husband, he's like, he knows his boundaries. If it's on the sidewalk, all he can do is ask that person to leave. Now, if they're breaking the law, he can call the police. If he can't, because especially if it's during the day when there's customers, somebody will call and say, hey, this guy's sitting here and making everybody uncomfortable. He's on the sidewalk. There's nothing he can do if it's not on their property. And he would have never went off like that. I mean, and my husband has dealt with schizophrenics, people on meth, all of that. And that guy was those guys are scary. The wannabes can be scary because they think they're cops. And you either get a lot of times you get wannabes that weren't accepted to the police force, or another problem he has is ex-police that are doing this after their retirement, and they don't realize they can't do everything they did as a policeman. But the wannabes are the scary ones too. They are. Because when I was in Austin one day and walking in the parking garage, I almost walked in front of one because I didn't hear it. You can't hear it. It was like, I mean, you can't hear anything. Oh my God. 242 owners. Oh, you'll win. Oh, crazy witch. Oh, get it now. There it is. HOA crazy witch. I know. I agree with you. And I think that's a lot of the reason. I mean, I know most of you from the SBTV community. And I think, let me put it this way. I don't think that HOA person would be in our community. Because I think a lot of people that support SBTV we talked about this the other day, are either trauma survivors or people that can't stand people taking advantage of other people or abusing their power. That is some of my biggest, that's my only pet peeve, is people taking advantage of others, people in a lesser situation, or they're louder and more obnoxious taking advantage. I gotta hate it. It's making my chest hurt. It makes me hurt. And that's the biggest, one of the things that because, I told you guys the reason I'm in this is because of what they do to kids. And why do they do it to kids? Because kids are weaker and adults are stronger. And they're using their physical prowess, whatever, or manipulation, or not even that. That's the word I want. Or are able to manipulate others and take advantage. That's what LRH was. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, you're right. But I think for the most part, not. I mean, you're always, because it is a big community. There's a lot of channels, a lot of people supporting and in the chat. So you're going to always have, a group. You're always going to have, I've said this a lot. A big group is always going to attract those kind of people. You're always going to have people that aren't there for the right reasons, and you just have to deal with it, because not 80% of the community, maybe even 90% of the community are good, are there for the right reasons and doing the right things, and you just have to be there for them and just kind of deal with the other part. It's just, I mean, it's an acceptable margin, I guess. I don't know what the word is I want in that, but I think you know what I mean. We just have to deal with them. I mean, I'm not surprised, I guess, because like I said, a large community, no matter what, no matter if it's online, in person, HOA, a club, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. I mean, I dealt with this kind of stuff in Girl Scouts too. I mean, any large group, you're going to get all walks of life. You're going to get all kinds of people, and you're going to get people that aren't there for the right reasons. So you just kind of got to learn to either ignore it not give it oxygen, that kind of thing. And so, but there are other people that don't understand that don't understand it. Look, it's just going to happen. Try to deal with it as best you can. That don't, maybe haven't dealt with it before in a large group themselves. I have. And don't understand, how to deal with it. And it upsets them a lot. And I mean, it's understandable. That was funny. I was listening to, you probably listened to the same thing I did. Who was I listening? Was it Natalie that was talking about the mean girls in the Commodore's Messenger group? That they were being trained to be mean girls? So yesterday I was in the car so much, I listened to 4 of Natalie's shows. I got really caught up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about, if you're not prepared or knowledgeable, sometimes you can be pulled in that direction. You can be pulled into that group and not even realize you're doing it. Yeah, Natalie said that. Okay. Yeah, I knew I heard that recently. But yeah, I mean, I've done that too. It's happened in my life. I'm not perfect. I've been in groups before where it happens so slowly sometimes that you don't even realize that you're doing what you're doing until one day you're like, wait a minute. So a lot of people, are being pulled that way and pulled into these groups thinking in their own mind they're probably doing something right. And it takes a while to realize maybe that's not a good thing. They're not. It's easy. I mean, it's easy to not realize, especially when you got a lot of people either telling you, agreeing with you. It's the same thing with Scientology. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, when you have a large group that's telling you this is the right thing to do and you should do this and this is great, you might believe them and you might get pulled in. So it's just human nature in a lot of ways. When there's things I've done in a group that, looking back, because those people validated me or validated what I was doing, I thought, oh, this must be okay. But then later on, I'm like, no, that was not okay. I shouldn't have been doing that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I get how people in those groups are all banding together and think they're supporting something because they either haven't looked into it, haven't done their research. I guess I've been screwed over enough times that I want a second look, second opinion. I want to look at things, research things, kind of. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's just the sad part about that is when you try to talk to anyone like that or you want to help them and you want to steer them in the right direction, they're not going to listen. They think what's going on and what they're doing and what they're following and what they're supporting is the right way to go. And, it's just, like I said, it's human nature. It's frustrating when you want to tell that person, don't do that. Don't follow that. No, don't do it. They're not going to listen to us. They're not. It's like my own kids. I know that trying to tell my kids what to do, I don't know how many times I told my daughter, especially because she had a lot of mental anguish in school. There were people I forbade her to be friends with because they were treating her badly. And she would not listen. And she continued to be friends with them behind my back. And what did it do? It ended up doing nothing but upsetting her, but she would not listen. She had to figure it out for herself. So I was like, so I don't, because of that, I don't do that, even though it all came crashing down usually. I never did the I told you so thing because it didn't do any good. I'm just like, yeah, I knew that. I knew what was going on, but you wouldn't listen. And it's just like that with everybody. Everybody's different. Everybody has different opinions. I mean, I want to pound people over the head with a club and say, stop doing that. Stop it. They're not going to listen. The only thing you can hope for is eventually they'll realize this is not right. Maybe I shouldn't be here. That's all we can do. So we can only do what's right for us and hope the others figure out their own path. Yeah. But that's the thing about, even this all parallels to even Scientology in a lot of ways. I wish they would see what it looks like from the outside. I know. And that's a lot of the problem is they're in an echo chamber where everybody in that group is saying and doing the same thing. So they think they're doing something right or something good. And until they stand back or something happens, they're going to continue to think that. So that too. Now, there's where you get into the narcissists. Yeah. Now, those are just mean people. That's nothing. What I've been saying earlier is that those people that aren't in it to be mean, that think they're doing the right thing, but then you have those other people, that are just in it to be mean and control people. They don't have any, what was the word I want? Can't think right now. But yeah, they don't have an excuse other than they want to be that way. And there are those people in the world too. That's the sad part. So I've never been like that. I could never, I could never be mean to somebody on purpose. You know what I mean? I don't understand those kind of people. Oh, I'm going to be mean to this person just because. I'm like, that's one of the reasons I can't be confrontational is if I am going to do something like that, I have to have a really good reason, which I usually don't. But neither have I. I know how it feels and I can't do that to someone else. Yeah. Exactly. Bullies don't care. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the issue is there's a lot of bullies out there. Yeah. So, I mean, we can only do what we can in our sphere. I mean, it makes me mad and it frustrates me, but I try not to let it be my only. I need to take over everything. I just have to kind of push it away and keep my focus over here if I can. Oh, they do. They totally do. They totally do. It is scary. It is scary. I don't understand it. Because we don't do that. We don't understand it. I mean, I don't understand getting joy from being mean to people. I don't understand it. It must mean something to them. we understand it, we see it, but when you're not that kind of person, I cannot wrap my head around it. I just can't. I mean, there have been people that have been like completely passive aggressive at me, like a cashier, or something like that. And what's funny is I'm always upbeat when I'm out. I'm so happy to be out, especially lately. And I don't realize when somebody's doing it till later. Like after I get out of the store, then I'm like, wait a minute. So at the time, I'm still being nice and hi, how you doing? And da 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 da, while they're being passive aggressive. So whatever they were doing didn't work. So what's the point? Oh my goodness. And I mean, I just want to be able to help in those situations. And I'm just little old me, and I can't. I wish I had a superpower, I could just end that shit or fix it or whatever. There's just so many mean people in the world. I just hate it. So that's why that guy that talked to me last time I was out, he was trying to say there was, atrocities all over the place. There were other cults. I get that a lot, by the way. I'm sure y'all have noticed or heard it before. And I said, look, yes, there is. But I only have the time and energy for one. I said, this is my passion, going after this cult. Yes, there's atrocities. Yes, there's bad in the world everywhere, but I don't have the time and energy to take care of all of that. All I can hope is somebody else is. This is where I put my energy, and the rest of us, you two, Scooter Mom and Bridge, and anybody else that's here. We only have 24 hours in a day. There's only so much we can do. I mean, God, if I tried to take care of all, there's a word I want. It's not atrocities. All the, there's a word I want. That's okay. Oh, you mean people saying there's atrocities everywhere? Yeah. Because, I mean, it started with that NOI guy. He's like, what about the Catholics abusing kids? And what about this? And what about that? And I'm like, well, first of all, that's already been taken care of. A lot of these have. Nexium, they've been investigated. They've been closed down. They know. The problem is nobody knows about Scientology. Not the right people, anyway. And so, yeah, I mean, that is my only response. I don't have time to go after all of them. I just don't. I'm a one person. Ugh. But he didn't like that answer, and they usually don't, because it's not the answer they want. But fix everything. I know, right? I'm like, I'm sure there's other people that are activists against these other things and are working against that. I hope at least there is. There's just, I don't want to bring y'all down too much. You know what? I'm going to post it on my community tab. There was a YouTube thing today. And I only watched the first part. I didn't even watch the whole thing. And it was our governor, but he had these people on that live on the border, that have like land on the border. And I don't understand why this isn't being told more about the atrocities happening to women and children who are trying to come across the border, that are traveling while they're traveling. I don't want to get into it. It was hard. I'll post it. If you think you can handle it, you can watch it. But that's the part of this immigration that upsets me, because these cartels are, you can guess, I know you can guess, but oh my God, to hear it, oh my gosh, to hear actual stories and accounts of it was super hard. Super hard. So don't watch it unless you can handle it. I'm going to post it because I think everybody should see it. That's the part of the immigration I have a problem with, because they... Anyway, I'm not going to go any further. I'll post it on my community tab later. This is why I need to get into this Facebook I tried to start for us, and I tried to start a group on Facebook so we could talk on an everyday basis and not just on Saturday night and share stuff. It didn't work, and sometimes I just don't go back and work on it, and I haven't. I'm going to. That way I don't, because all I have right now is my community page to ever put anything out. And I don't want to put so much out that stuff gets lost. So I would love to have the Facebook for us all. If you want to be, I'm not on Facebook anymore, but I would be on this. Just to share stuff. I like to share things that I find that are important or helpful, that kind of thing. So I need to get that fixed. But yeah. That's the reason I want to see the border go back to people applying for asylum, going through the process, and not having to pay these cartels to get here, because they are putting themselves in such a vulnerable position. And that's why I want it to go to a more legal way. They wouldn't have to pay these people or go through these people to get here. That's the only thing. That's the biggest thing is, and these hotels in New York that they're letting them stay in are being run by the gangs. These Venezuelan gangs, Trinidad Agua. So they come over. This is something I just heard the other day. There's this guy in New York City who's actually an apartment agent. He's been doing more stories on what's going on. So the police aren't allowed to go in the Roosevelt Hotel or any of them. So a lot of these people came over and were beholden to the cartels and owed them money. Well, this Trinidad Agua from Venezuela, which is the worst gang, worse than any of the cartels, they have taken over these hotels. They told them, no, you don't own the cartel's money. You owe us. And you're going to sell drugs, sell your body, do this, do that for us. That's why I want these criminals out. The criminals are the ones that need to go. Those guys. You know where those guys came from? Venezuela emptied their prisons and sent them to and mental asylums and sent them here. We talked about this before, Scooter Mom. Those are the ones I want out of here. Not the families and the moms and the kids. Those criminals, those guys, they need to go. Because they're scary. They just, Trinidad was in Chicago. And Chicago used to be really bad with gangs. They recently abducted 2 people. I think they were illegal too. Nobody deserves this. They tortured them. They pulled their fingernails out and stabbed one, told him not to go to the authorities, let him go. They did go to the authorities, which was good. So they arrested 16 of these guys. But could you imagine how much is happening that's not being reported? Those people need to go. Those people. So, oh my goodness. I don't understand how in this modern age so many human atrocities are still happening. I mean, honestly, compared to Scientology, that's probably worse in a lot of ways. But Scientology is still happening. In this we've had the internet and TV and social media for a long time, 15 years or more now. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand how anyone in our government has not zeroed in on Scientology. Especially after a year of the YouTube activism and TikTok and all that. I don't know what else to do at this point. It's frustrating to get this message out. I just don't. I don't know what. I feel like the only thing, and this just really just popped in my head this moment. The only thing we could do right now to get attention is to do something big, like a big march or a big meeting like they do when they're on the White House, not the White House, but maybe it is, I don't know, in DC. When you do something big like that, they start paying attention. And we're still doing all these little things when we need to do one big thing. Right. I know. It's broken. I know. But it's broken. But so in this interview that they talked to this person, they said what happened to them on the way here was what they were trying to escape. Yep. And that's the problem. Scientology has too much money. NXIVM didn't have a lot of money. The Branch Davidians didn't have enough money. These other cults that have come down didn't have that kind of money. Didn't save point senators and congressmen and stuff. Oh, on the mall. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Something. I'll take it. We got to do something big. We're going to have to do something big. I don't think we're going to break out. I call it the bubble. The bubble of even our supporters. Problem is, we had that one senator say something against Scientology. The problem is, it's just us, SPTV, just people like me. Not that many people are going to listen to people like me. Not the people we need. So I think the only way we're going to shine a light on this is that we've got to do something big. We're chipping away at a wall with a freaking nail file. We need a sledgehammer. Somehow. We need to have a big meeting. We need to have some sort of march against Scientology. We've had so many people listen to all these channels. I know we could do something like that. But it would take the bigger channels helping us get it together. Oh, well, thank you, Aaron. I know that's how I got involved, is I listened to people, I can only do so much, I can only do what I'm doing in Austin. I can only affect a certain amount of people. And same with all of us, each channel, each protester, each ex-member, it's still only, it's so frustrating. So frustrating. We're going to have to plan something big. It's going to have to happen. And I just don't know where to start with it. I know the best way to do things, and I found this out when I was involved in Popcorn Planet. So we had the big Las Vegas meetup, and that was the first time I've ever traveled by myself. And I went to Vegas, and I only went for the two meetups. I didn't even go to the Strip. Well, everybody was talking in the weeks prior about trying to do a meetup because people were getting there a couple days ahead of time. We should have a lunch. We should do this. You know what I did? I went, I found a brunch restaurant that had good ratings. I posted it. I said, I'm having a brunch at 11 a.m. on this day, on Saturday. Be there or not. And guess what? 20 people came. Maybe more. Because people came and went too. So I found out that if you're talking about it, people keep talking. But if you can schedule something, plan something, and just tell them be here, that's what works. But if we were ever going to do that, we would need certain people in the community to be a part of it to help spread the word. Yes, those help. Those really do help. I mean, because I always feel like any of that, even I think where I still feel the protesting is very important. You never know who's going to walk by you on the street. Especially where I'm at or anywhere. Who knows if some senator's kid isn't going to University of Texas and doesn't pass by me one day, or Pearl Snappy or whoever, and says, what's that? Or hears me yell that they protect child predators, or sees my sign, and then maybe looks into it, and then maybe tells their dad or their mom or whoever. That's the only hope I can have right now. But we've got to do bigger. We've got to do... in ways, it's very frustrating. I know I'm helping in a lot of ways, but there's just... there needs to be... I don't know. I've heard this term, a watershed moment. I don't know if that's right. There needs to be a sea change. There needs to be one event that changes things. I don't know if it's a march. I don't know if it's holding hands down I did this, by the way. I don't remember what it was even for. Hands Across America. I did that in Ohio, and I was 2 people down from astronaut John Glenn. I shook his hand and said hi. That was so many years ago. Something like that. It's got to spread. We've got to get out of the bubble, and I don't know. We'll have to talk more and figure something out. That's my only hope. But I'm thinking when summer gets closer, maybe... because remember when it first started, when Will started, then the TikTokers came out, and people were drawn to that. Aaron flew out, other people came out. Yeah, something like that. But it got attention. We all know about it. That's what I'm talking about. We all knew about it. We need something like that. Or a major event that shines the light, that gets to people that normally wouldn't find us, that gets in their noggins, that reporters will come out and say, why are you here? And we can tell them. The flash mob's a good idea. And flash mobs in major cities might work all at this on the same day. Maybe. No, he did not. He did not punch you. I hope not. That was the year I was born. Moon landing. Did he really punch you? I hope not. You silly. I don't think it was faked. I think the reason we haven't gone back is the radiation, because all of the astronauts have passed from cancer. And the U.S. would contact Jamie Raskin about Scientology and get his help. Who's he? That sounds familiar. Jamie Raskin. Is that? No. And get his help. Who's Jamie Raskin? Is he the senator that was talking about it? I know. How does he know about it and not do anything? He's in Congress, if that's the guy. Senator. If he knows that, why? Why isn't he doing something? Okay. To remember his name. You know what we need to do, y'all? Let's start there. He's a senator. He knows Scientology is bad. If we inundated him with letters and emails, like tens, if we could get tens of thousands, like if we could plan it all for 1 week and have all these letters come in, maybe we could do that. I know I watched that interview. I just can never remember names. That's what I mean. If we could get him, if we could somehow get his attention in a big way, I mean, that might be the start. It's frustrating. It just really is. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep doing it. Everything keeps getting in my way. I used to go 3 times a week when it was freaking hot. I don't know why I can't do it now. But, you know, I think we need to keep going. I don't want to quit. I don't want anybody to quit. I think at the grassroots level, or I don't even know if that's a word, at ground level, we're making a difference. You know, not letting people get back in, letting people in know they can get out. I don't think the protesting is what's going to get hearings in Congress. It's going to be something else. I know. When we heard that, then we should have contacted him right then. Somebody with a bigger channel should have said, hey, here's his address. Let's all write him. And he could have gotten 5,000 letters that week. It would, if you were part of like 5,000 letters, I mean, it would matter. If you wrote all by yourself, probably not. And that's another issue I had when they started putting out information to write certain people. Nobody was taking the reins and saying, okay, everybody write this week. Everybody's doing it willy-nilly on their own timeline, either emails or whatever to their own senators. They're not going to notice that. What they will notice is all at once. Letters, emails, all at once in a short period of time. Doing 1 or 2 here and there, they're not going to pay attention to it. Oh, I need my meds. Oh, y'all, I forgot my meds. Oh, God. I just felt it. I don't realize I've forgotten till a couple, 2-3 hours go by. You probably know this, Scooter Mom. And I'm like, why am I in pain? My back's hurting. Oh, because I forgot my meds. Oh, my gosh. So I got this new box. That's what I'm saying, Scooter Mom. A deadline. Somebody with a bigger platform needs to say, we're going to do this now. We need a deadline. When you have a deadline and you're told do this during this period of time, it gets people off their butt. When you say, here's the, even filling out the form. Somebody said, hey, you can go to this person's channel. The form's filled out. You can send it to your congressman. Even me. I'm going to say even me. I didn't jump right on that. Nobody had enough of a fire under their butt to do it. So it needs to be a fire under their butt. They need to have a deadline. Nora, Aaron, Laura, whoever, the bigger channels, if ever all of them got together and said, this week we're going to write this congressman, and then this week we're going to write that congressman, or this week we're going to write this committee. I think it's the Ways and Means Committee that's in charge, that could, or the IRS, I don't know, whoever. Oh, that's what has to happen. Everybody's doing their own thing. That's the thing. Everybody's doing their own thing. They're doing a lot of good, but it's all over the place. It's all over the map. I'm doing my own thing. Scooter Mom, you're doing your own thing. You know, Aaron's doing his own thing. Laura's doing, and we're all doing it, but we're all doing it all over the place. I know there's better words for this. I just can't think of it right now. And that's what I see when I say we've got to get out of our bubble. Hold on. I forget what I've taken. I have to look. Oh my goodness. Oh, that tastes disgusting. Oh. And that's what I've seen for many, 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 many months. Hey! I'm good. It's funny, we were talking about all kinds of weird stuff earlier. We started talking about Scientology again, and you pop in. I'm good. How are you? Scattered. Scattered's a good word. What we were talking about, AA, is my frustration, probably all of our frustration, on the movement. Being that what we're doing is great, but it's scattered. It's all over the place, right? Everybody's doing their own thing on their own channels, and we need something big. We need a march. We need a flash mob. We need something, or we were talking about, or somebody needs, like, we have these letter writing campaigns to congressmen or visits or whatever, but it's whenever somebody gets off their butt to do it. So they might get 2 or 3 letters. We need to pick, like, a congressman or a committee or department, and we need to say, okay, everybody write this person, and they get 5,000 letters in a week. That gets people's attention. 3 or 4 letters, they don't care. Everything we're doing is great. It's working. It's helping. I know what I'm doing, even though I have a teeny tiny channel and I get sometimes single digits watching me protest. I'm still talking to people. People inside are hearing me. I know I'm doing a good job. That's not the point. I will still continue to do what I'm doing. But that's not going to get our government, or any government, I forget they're worldwide. I'm just going to talk for my government. I'm picturing my government, my country. So my government does not give a crap about Miss Kim's channel, or if I send a letter. Like somebody said earlier, the BLM marches. Everybody knew what Black Lives Matter was. Why? Because people came out on the street in large groups. Not the riots. I hate riots and destruction. We need to have a march on the mall in Washington, or all the capitals of all the states. We have people. Getting frustrated. Because I've been picturing this for a long time. I just don't know how to make it happen, because I couldn't make it happen. I need one of the bigger ex-member channels, or many ex-member channels, to put this together. You know what? I'm going to do something. If y'all can help me, I have a trouble finding people's emails. If you can email me all the ex-member emails, I'll go try to find as many. Mike, Laura, Aaron, Nat, I got some of theirs, but I'm just saying, I will email all of them at the same time, and I will tell them the same thing, that we need a big push. We need a big push. We need a big event. I know we can't do it during winter, but I'm thinking come spring or summer. Or what Aaron doesn't understand. Okay, let me put this into perspective. Before SPTV, I was heavily involved in Popcorn Planet. If you don't know who that is, Popcorn Planet, when I got involved in Popcorn Planet, he was covering the Johnny Depp trial. And he got really big. And Nerd Report, Lewis with Nerd Report, Lewis was on scene in LA for the protesters for a while. Andy from Popcorn Planet had Aaron on his channel. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yes. So I've done 3 meetups with Popcorn Planet. I flew to Las Vegas in 2 years ago, I think. And it was hard because my back was still bad. Oh my God. And I had an economy flight. I literally went to the 2 events, and the rest of the time I was laying in my hotel room. But I met Lewis, I met Andy, I met Steph and Kim, and Christopher Melcher, the lawyer. It was totally fun. I'm not a fangirl. I'm not a groupie to celebrities, but I loved meeting real people like that. It was great. I want to do a meetup for SBTV. I've been talking about. Let's move on. And then I happened to be in Southern California September before last to meet my new grandbaby. And then Steph said, oh, I'm going to be in LA to see Lewis such and such a day. Well, I was there for 3 weeks. I just extended my stay for a week, rented a car, went up to Burbank, and we did a meetup. It was super fun. We did karaoke with Andy. I got video of Andy singing karaoke. That was fun. Lewis is so great. Kim didn't make that one, but she's from Canada, so it was hard for her. Then the week or so when I started protesting in February, last minute, Andy said, oh, I'm going to be in Houston if you want to come. So we drove 7 hours round trip to go hang out with Andy at a bar, small group. First time I actually got to talk to Andy, like one-on-one. Because when there's a big group, I kind of stay back. And my husband got to meet him too. So there was a point to all this. I don't even remember what it was. Okay, let's go back. You're right. You need a co-coordinated effort. Let's go there. I'll send you the ones I have, but it's not many. I'll take it. So, part of what I said earlier, AA, that you may have missed is the Vegas meetup. Everybody kept going, well, we need to have a lunch. We need to do this because people were coming. People were coming in. We had people from other countries come in. And everybody wanted to do something besides just these later evening meetups. They're like, well, I'm going to be there 2 days early. Can we do lunch? Can we do breakfast? Can we do brunch? Can we do this? And so everybody kept talking about it on Telegram. And I was like, I was a Girl Scout leader. I planned a lot of stuff. So I said, you know what? I found a brunch restaurant. Everybody already heard this before you, AA. But I found a restaurant that did good brunch, got good reviews. It was just a few days prior, and I said, okay. I called them, I made reservations, and I said, okay, we're having a brunch at this restaurant at this time, come or not. At least 20 people showed up. I think it was more because people came and left. It was great. And that's what we need. We just need somebody to take the reins. I'm not big enough. Or have the idea, send it out to the bigger channels, and try to get those bigger channels to all at the same time say, let's do this. Oh, I remember what I was getting at about the meetups, guys. It was about Aaron. So Aaron did a semi meetup at some place in Clearwater. He just said a couple days prior that they were going to be there. And all these people drove in and wanted to go there. He said he didn't understand why memberships were important. And I tried to mention that to him. And I did on a super chat. I said, memberships are important to us because it lets us support the channels we want to support. Because I've been a member of Popcorn Planet for getting close to 3 years. Then when people wanted a meetup, he thought a meetup was, oh, well, I'm going to be here on this day. That's a meetup. No, a real meetup is when you plan it months in advance and let people plan and buy plane tickets and want to come and have a decent sized venue. And that's what, and when he didn't understand why so many people showed up. And Andy did. And they've done other meetups with Popcorn Planet. And so all it takes is somebody willing to put that information out and planning it in advance. Because, you know, it was hard for me. I got a $200 economy ticket. It was such a horrible flight. And I had to fit everything I owned in a bag this big. But I did it. I learned to roll clothes. Yeah, well, I met them. Kim and Steph is who I talked to most the Vegas trip. And I got a t-shirt for that. LA, I sat at across from Lewis and we talked, and that was fun. But I got to meet so many people. What was I'll be honest with you guys, it wasn't the creators that was so much fun. It was the other supporters that I met, the other people in the community, like you, AA, Scooter Mom, and stuff. I got to meet people that were in the chat that Tinkle. I don't, if you've ever been in Popcorn Planet, and I've seen these people in the SPTV chats too. They have crossed over. Tinkle Tits McGee, or I think he's just Tinkle Tits now. Gene Rick. Oh gosh, who else did I meet? I'm gonna botch this. D Nice. Oh, who's that guy? The really large guy that's on Andy's channel. What's his name? Oh, DeVito. Vito was there. It was hilarious. In LA, we did the karaoke. Listening to Vito sing Barbie Girl was hilarious. But the biggest fun, the most fun was meeting all of you guys. All of us people that are in the chat having a chance to meet up. Honestly, I would like to have a meetup. I wouldn't care how many creators showed up. It'd be fun that we all could meet each other in person. Anyway, I digress. I was actually talking more of a oh shoot. Oh, I can't think of that word. This is what happens to my brain. The word goes right through my brain and I can't. The third meeting AA in Houston, when it was because it was very short notice. There was 12, 15 people. I don't even think there's 15 people there. That was the first time I actually got to have a conversation with Andy. It was really good too. It really was. That's what started me into the YouTube was Andy, because I tried to find somebody covering the Johnny Depp case that wasn't clickbait, that wasn't, oh my God, this happened today in the trial. What Andy was doing was watching the trial all day, telling us exactly what happened, and then having like lawyers on, people on to explain what was going on to us. And that was more important to me than all this. I don't know how many channels. It took me a couple weeks into the trial to find Popcorn Planet. And I've stayed with Andy and into you. That's what started me into YouTube. Before that, I really didn't watch YouTube at all. And what kept me on that is we find creators. Yes, we don't know their whole personal story or what's going on in their private life. You know, I don't care to a point. What I care about is when they're giving us information. I heard it. Did you hear it beep? That was you. And that what they're disseminating to us is at least the truth. Or, you know, that. And one thing I like about him and others is they'll tell you when they're speculating. They'll tell you when it's their opinion. They won't say, oh, this is the truth, period. No. That's why I stopped watching mainstream media, because what they were reporting on the trial had nothing to do with what was actually going on. And that was probably the beginning of my distrust for the media. It's probably long before that, but that's why I tend to go to YouTube creators for news, because not only that, they don't get paid. Creators on YouTube don't get paid if they lie to us. Mainstream media still get paid no matter what they say. They get a contract and so much per year, blah, blah, blah. Creators, you know, have to keep their audience. And the only way they're going to be able to do that is if they don't lie. Oh, okay. We're caught up. But anyway. I should get off here. I went a little too long. But it kind of got my thoughts in order, though. I've been thinking about it, but I didn't really get my... I know. I go to YouTube for news, too. I know. Me, too. And only creators I know that aren't going to... The clickbait ticks me off. Oh, that's okay, Scooter Mom. Hope you didn't miss too much. That sucks. We still haven't turned in our router box to get a new one. We've been having issues. I need to... what is today? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I need to go take that in. I'm surprised we haven't had any glitching. I think the only reason is it's late at night. During the day, I have issues. So, like I said, we can't do anything in the winter, but maybe I'll do it. Maybe come spring, I'll just start hitting up all the creators. Maybe just come up with something. Or maybe I'll start after the new year, because you have to plan it months in advance. No shit. Exactly. Oh, and then on top of that, so not only do they want to tell you what they want to tell you, but you have to understand too, especially like your local news, they have 30 minutes. They only have, and the reason I'll tell you why I know this, they only have so many minutes to give you stories. They're going to pick the most sensational. You're not going to hear everything. The reason I know this is two reasons. One, in 1993 to 1995, I worked at an answering service when those existed. And I worked Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, because I couldn't afford daycare on $4 an hour, I think is what it was then. On those nights, I had to listen to the police scanner for my area and call the Channel 25 news reporters if there's something happened. Because you think reporters are awake all night? No. So whoever was on call that night, I had a list, and if I heard something major, like a major accident or a shooting, I called the reporter and woke his butt up to go out. I also dispatched wreckers for the police department in order. Hey, Cult of Scientology, what's up? You're up late. I was about to go off here soon, but we're still talking. Then there was also the fact that I worked at a police station, and we had 10,500 cases or files in our file room of cases we did, and you didn't hear about almost none of it. There was a case similar, yes, similar, because they got more press, but it was short-lived. So I'll get into that. That is my thought, but not exactly. So there was a case that I probably shouldn't ever talk about, but I will only say this. Because it was CID, CID is more locked down than regular cases. So we would get the bare bones of it and type it up, just enough to have in the computer. They kept all the paperwork we never saw. The thing that upset me about it was it should have been on the news, because it affected every young woman in our town. And it had to do with, it's been more than 15 years. Women at clubs getting rides from strangers should have been warned. Bodies were found. One woman escaped. That's all I'm going to say. And I was angry for a long time. And if I'd have been a different person back then, I was still young and was worried, I should have anonymously called the news. Because they didn't tell the community about this case, probably because they were trying to find him, there could have been more victims. I forget what my point was. But anyway. So yes, AA, to your point. But I want more than that. They had a few hundred people show up once a month from what I hear. I don't know much about it. What I want is bigger than that. I want something bigger than that. Because that did get a lot of press. But we didn't have social media and stuff back then. So the press that they got was probably mostly local. I don't know. What I want is something citywide, like countrywide. I'm only worried about my country. I don't know if we could do anything in other countries. But maybe in major cities on the same day, we could do something. If we could get a couple thousand people to show up at, say, our Capitol buildings. If we bar that, whenever anybody does a big march on the mall in Washington, D.C., it gets press. I don't know if we have a big enough community for that. I have such an itch right now. It's about to kill me. Oh, my God. Oh, sorry. Ooh. Oh, my God. We have those scratching sticks, but they're in the bedroom. Okay. But you see what I'm getting at. So I know what we're doing is good. I know what we're doing is helping. But we're never going to get out of this level to this level of attention until we do something big. So, you know what? Scooter Mom sent me some emails. I'm going to try to find more emails. I'm going to start some sort of campaign of just contacting people, putting this in their ear, and seeing what we can come up with. Because like I said, I was going back to Aaron didn't understand how important and big a meetup could be because he has never done one or been a part of one. I do. When Andy was in Las Vegas, the first meetup, and it was announced and they had time to plan, We had people flying in from other countries because they had previous time to plan. He actually said, I think a meetup is when I show up at a bar and people come. No, it's way more than that. Way more than that. They have now Popcorn Planet. They have meetups at Monster Con in Phoenix. They've done that 2 or 3 times. That's the only one I couldn't go to. We did the LA meetup. We did the Vegas meetup. I won't count the one in Houston. That was just small and a handful. Before that, actually, Andy was doing meetups in Tampa. He just did a meetup in Tampa for local people, and so many people showed up. That was way before those. So he kind of understood the meetup. And I remember early on when I first started watching, and Aaron and Mike and Mark and Claire were first doing their multi-stream. They just learned how. And they were going on a cruise. And somebody mentioned having an SPTV cruise. And that was freaking almost 2 years ago. And everybody was stoked. And I guess they've had one since then. Because guess what? It wasn't one of these big creators that planned it. It was just somebody planned a cruise and put it out there. And they had one. I found out about it too late to go. I didn't know about it. That's another reason I want to have a website that I've been bringing up since I was talking to Claire Headley. I actually bought a domain and wanted to start a website long before sptv.space, where it would be a hub of just upcoming events, upcoming interviews, not what sptv.space is doing is great. That's not what I want to do. They're doing a list of channels, they're doing resources, and that would have been part of it. What I want is more of a community page where you, because we can't follow every channel every day, and there's so many channels. Sometimes we don't find out about interviews or, events or meetups or protesting events or people traveling until later, because there's nowhere to get that information all in one place. You see what I'm saying? You have to be a part of that channel to know what's going on. I'm not on all the channels all the time. That's why Natalie and Scooter Mom shows are so important. But even bar that, we need somewhere where we can go as a supporter and be like, oh, this person's interviewing this person on this day. The only way you would know that is if another channel announced it or you were checking that channel out every day. See what I'm saying? So things like that. And that's where maybe that's where I need to start, guys, because that would be where we would be able to put out the information, maybe without needing the bigger creators, if people were looking at this hub all the time and it had become a staple that people knew if upcoming events were happening, they could go there. Maybe that's where I need to start. Maybe I need to go ahead. I can't run it myself. And that I had talked to Claire 3 different times on Super Chats about wanting to talk to her about this website, because I wanted her to connect me with other supporters that she trusted or knew to help me, because I've never done a website. I kind of did one, but I never worked. I couldn't add pages and I gave up on it. So and one person can't run something like that. So I'm thinking that, this all went through my head while I'm talking to you guys. You can see it forming. I'm thinking now that maybe that website would be the start. That one place that people, because all you get from SPT.space is you get the resources, you get the list of channels, you get who's live. I'm not sure what else is on there. And I'm thinking we need more of a place that has announcements, upcoming events. And then I could link to sptv.space for the list and those other things. I don't care so much about the resources and things they're doing. We could have links to pup groomers printouts, all these different, but I need help. I can't do this by myself. I can't. I will go and I bought my domain for my website recently for $12 for the year. And I paid an extra $8 for reoccurring billing. So I had bought the domain back then, but didn't realize it wasn't reoccurring billing. When I went and checked recently, I didn't own it anymore, which is fine. That's fine. The only reason I bought it, it was right when SPTV was created. Literally within a couple weeks, I bought that domain because I had heard them say Scientology likes to buy up domains. And I was worried they would buy up the SPTV domains. And so I bought it and never did anything with it. So I'm going to do that. I think my head hurts now. Oh, too much in my brain. I think that's the starting point. I think if I can get the website started where the community can go, because right now we're still kind of spread out. You know what I'm saying? Everybody watches a certain number of channels. Nobody can watch all the channels. And so I miss things going on. Other people miss other things going on. And we don't find out about it until later. Write it down before you forget. I'm going to text my husband. How about that? Okay. Remind me to start the website and get the domain in case I forget. There you go. Do you want an interactive website or just a simple landing page? Not knowing what that means exactly, I can guess. I'm thinking more of a landing page, like to go, but the only way it would be interactive would be that there's places they could click on. Other than that, I don't know what you mean. See, I don't even know enough to know what that means. That's why I need somebody more knowledgeable. I want to have like 4 or 5 people helping me work it, because I can't. Because people would be emailing us to put, upcoming events, and I want to have a calendar, and upcoming events, and like I said, and so when Claire didn't respond, then I emailed Aaron about it a couple times, and then I just kind of gave up on it. Because I'm more in the community now, though. Back then, I was just in the chat. I wasn't involved with a lot. So now I kind of have a good idea of who people are in the chats. Because I was worried about getting somebody working on it that I couldn't trust. And I wanted people that were known, or, and that way, if you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people working on it, it's nobody's one job. I just want people to be able to put up events, look through the emails. I had even gotten an email for it. So that's where I need to start. Now that I have more of a voice and I see more people, I probably could find people to help a whole lot easier than I could then. So I think I have a start. I think I have a good idea. And I just figured it all out talking to you guys. So that's why I like having these chats, y'all. I gotta go. We were supposed to end at 3 hours. Graphic designer? Oh, see what I mean? Oh my gosh. Oh, That would be awesome. You know what logo I would love to have? Originally, not now so much, but early on, when they first started doing the SPTV logo, they had a spaceman on the moon. They're not really using that as much now. So at that time, 2 years ago or a year ago or whatever, that's the logo I wanted to have because that's what they were using, but it's not really used anymore. But yeah, I do know as far as websites go, you have to have a banner at the top. And so once I get the web domain name and email set up, I will let you know, AA. Maybe you can help me come up because I at least want to have the page out, even if it says under construction. That's what I did with my website for my craft business for a long time because I couldn't get it to work and I never did get it to work, and now I don't have it anymore. But I had put under construction so I could at least have the domain, have the email, have a template going so people can get an idea. And then, oh yeah, that's a good idea too. And see, now I know all you guys. 2 years ago when I started this, early 2023, not quite 2, I didn't know enough people. I was new. And so I couldn't have been like, oh yeah, Cricket. Oh yeah, AA. Now I can. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I know this person. So now I feel, so back then I was trying to get Claire to give me people or Aaron to get me in contact with people. Now I don't really need that. I guess I could probably work this myself. So, all right, I'm going to work on that tomorrow maybe. I kind of have an idea of the name I want. So I'll let y'all know how that goes. So once I get the domain, once I get the email, that's where we start. Woo, I feel psyched. All right, I got to go. So do you, Scooter Mom. We've been here 4.5 hours. We were only supposed to go 3. But it was fun. Club Rain Fog or her husband might be able to help. Oh my gosh, you guys. See what I mean? So many people. Oh, no problem, Aaron. I have so much fun doing this. This is my, where other people have friends they sit on the phone with. I never did get to finish my thought with you, Scooter Mom, when I said Aaron and Natalie was talking about their 4-hour stream. I think I got distracted. They are techie people. Yeah, I need them. I was listening to them, and Aaron said something like, the reason it went by so fast is when you get somebody that is engaging and easy to talk to and ask really good questions. And I thought about you, Scooter Mom, when we did our 7 hours. And I was like, it went by, and I never would have thought in a million years it was 7 hours. And then when they were talking about that, I was like, well, yeah, that's why it was. Whenever you're on with me, especially, you come on physically or picture. Well, it works. It's fun. It's easy. And that's why it's easy to go so long and why we're bad for each other if we don't want to go long. But yeah. And I was thinking of you then. And that's the comment I was trying to make earlier and I got distracted. So, and that's why. Oh, absolutely. Cause I am too awake to be able to go to sleep right now. I slept too late. You didn't hear yesterday. I was in the car for like 9 hours going to Dallas and driving around. And then, so I slept way too late today. Hey, Sunday. Oh, I'm just about to go off. Oh, I got to go. I've been on there 4.5 hours. I wish you'd, but it's good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Sunday was my first financial supporter. My very first. It was so awesome. Helped me out a lot. Really did. So, y'all have a good night. Oh, this is total fun for me doing this. So, glad y'all could drop by. Tomorrow's Dianetics, if you're interested. We're getting close to being done. I'm ready for it to be done so we can go to this next book we want to do. Love y'all. Have a Merry Christmas if I don't see ya. Good night.